and the exhibition will stay there all day, don't worry. We'll begin our program in a couple of minutes. So please join us here at the conference hall. You can see the entrance by the IAI booth, and we'll start shortly. וגם אתם, שומעי העברית, מוזמנים להיכנס לאולם הוועידה, לקונפרנס הול. אנחנו נתחיל מיד בתוכנית ונשמע את שר התקשורת והרבה אנשים מעניינים מאוד שיהיו האורחים שלנו במהלך היום הזה. מיד נתחיל. Please take your seats. We're about to begin. So welcome to the second day of the INNOTECH 2021 conference here, chaired by Avi Yariv, one of iHLS founders. You'll see him later. I want to say welcome back to those who were here yesterday. Welcome to those who are joining us today. And also welcome to our viewers around the world who's watching this live online. Please come in, take your seats. And I have the privilege to call upon our keynote speaker this morning. This is Dr. Yoaz Hendel, Israel's Minister of Communication. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Before we will get to the cyber issues, I would like to start with a few words in Hebrew. This is a special day, and I would like to congratulate the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, and I will do it in Hebrew, and then we'll go back to English. So, קודם כל זה בוקר מאוד משמח. אני רוצה לברך את כל הגורמים שפעלו על מנת להחזיר את הזוג נטלי ומורדי אוקנין הביתה. זו תוצאה של עבודה מאומצת בשבוע האחרון מסביב לשעון ומתחת לרדאר של כלל גורמי החוץ והביטחון, בראשם ראש הממשלה בנט, שר החוץ לפיד, ועם מעורבות חשובה של הנשיא הרצוג. מדינת ישראל לא מפקירה לא את חייליה ולא את אזרחיה, לא בטורקיה ולא בעזה. זו תפיסת עולם ציונית, ואנחנו נמשיך בכך. המפתח לאירוע הזה היה קודם כל איפוק, אחריות ודיסקרטיות. יש כוח רב בניהול משברים, לא בפומביות, ללא דברי רעב מיותרים, וכאן צריך להגיד שיחסים בין מדינות תלויים ביחס מכבד של שני הצדדים. שמירה על הריבונות ביבשה ובים, גבולות פתוחים ובטוחים, למסחר ולתיירות. משבר מהסוג הזה יכול להיות קו שבר, אבל הוא יכול להיות גם הזדמנות גדולה. עכשיו הזמן של משפחת אוקנין לבלות בשקט בחיק המשפחה, ושלנו, לדרג המדיני, לתחקר ולהפיק לקחים. So thank you. We will move forward to our main subject, and as I said, this is a special day. Not only because of what we saw this morning, because we are in the middle of a process which is happening under the radar, but it is a real revolution. Millions of Israelis are waking up each morning to their daily routine, using the internet, apps, increasing the use of data. Startups are developing technology for business, for agriculture, for citizens and for governments. But all those citizens are not aware enough for the real revolution that's happening in our country, in Israel. Israel is returning to its place as the crossroads of the world. Past and present are together, ancient trade routes and new communications technologies. We experience the past in the present. Israel is returning to be a knowledge hub for the region, a World Trade Center, and the center of international knowledge. I grew up as a historian in university. Technology was far away from me. But my main lesson from history is that you can never predict the future. Now, what you are doing actually is to create the future. And what we see today, what I see as a Minister of Communication, I see the Silk Road and the ancient spice trade route, which exists here in Israel in the ancient times, from Eilat, Rashrash, Etzion Gaver, you can pick the name, to the center through the Arava, through the current border with Egypt. Those roads are returning to the stage of history through the international communications cables that connect countries, places under the water, in the land, India to Europe, the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, through the Arab world, and through the heart of Israel. We have become also a world leader in the rate of rollout of fiber optic networks that are available to more than 1 million households in all over Israel. More than 1 million households today, and I expect more than that in the next year. We are also accelerating the rollout of wireless infrastructure and antennas to improve coverage, transmission stations, and no less important, data centers. But along with the increases and in the development of the use of data, we are now have more threats from cyber attacks. Cyber attacks, as you know, are happening at this very moment when we are sitting here. In Israel, in other places, these attacks are against Israelis, like other countries, against Israelis, whether they live in Herzliya, in Tel Aviv, whether they are high-tech workers, whether they live in Dimona or they are working in a government institution. The financial system, the government IT system, healthcare, broadcasters, all users, all use the telecommunications networks in Israel. All these systems are exposed to cyber attacks. As I told you, I'm a historian, and I'm always trying to use history to understand what's happening now. What I now know and understand is that from the past, we understand that the threats that we are facing, we know what we know today, but we cannot predict the next threats. We are committed in the government, as always, to be one step ahead. And in this battle, in the new dimension of war, one step ahead of potential cyber enemies. One of my main goals, my main missions as a Minister of Communications, has been to have Israel at the top of the world table in mobile network quality and 5G rollout. We are committed to being ready for this fight, to develop defensive capabilities and to take the fight to our enemies. Our safe transition to the 5G world requires this. It depends on that. On this topic, I would like to say the following. Iran has been wrong for the last at least 40 years. Iran loses more and more assets in its ineffective struggle against Israel. It didn't work in the physical world, and it doesn't work in the cyber world. Iranian cyber attacks won't lead Iran to accomplishments, only to a significant price to be paid. And the less said about it, the better. Securing our communication infrastructure is one of my goals at the Ministry of Communications. Every CEO and every board should know that he is part of it. They have, you have a responsibility and a commitment to cybersecurity in their organizations. This is the technological iron dome. This is the way to create an iron dome against cyber attacks. At the moment, we are operating on two main vectors. The first one is building regulations that will ensure that communications operators have an effective cyber security plan. The second is defense against cyber attacks and increases in cyber defense capabilities at the Telecom SOC, a national groundbreaking control center that allows a high level of defense. Our history, short history, not the ancient period, is full of painful battles, and what we see today, it's a new battle, a new war. This is a new and unknown form of a war. There are people that call it the Cold War, and we are in the middle of it. We are the front line. Cybersecurity, and that we need to remember day by day, is only the appendix. The threat of attacks should not disturb all of us from developing solutions, should not disturb us from developing solutions for human beings. And this is the main goal. The cyber field should protect those developments. Therefore, international communications, long-term planning, defensive capabilities, and trust, a lot of trust, will prevent cyber trauma and fears that might stop development. And this is my main concern, that groups, that companies will be afraid from developing technology and will be afraid from thinking about technology instead of developing and secure it. We must also be ready to the next generation, to develop the next level of cybersecurity for the 6G. It sounds far off, even imaginary, but if we will lead the next revolution from here, from Israel, we can paralyze the threat to the 5G. And believe me, different regulators all over the world are start thinking about the 6G and how to prevent the next attacks. The enemy in real time, how to cope with it. Our safe transition to the next generation depend on the solutions that you will offer. In order to keep progressing and to have 5G networks that are effective and safe, we need to start thinking, setting business standards, ideas in every sector, and to make sure that there is enough defense and network security. Israel is a world leader in cybersecurity, and some of the best firms in the world, in the field, are in Israel. I know that some of the brightest minds are here with us today. It seems sometimes that in Israel, maybe because of the Israeli character, maybe because of the Israeli chutzpah or whatever, that a lot of Israelis knows how to develop solutions and not to wait to the catastrophe and then to deal with the problem. It doesn't matter. Our main goal is to make sure that we know how to work, to develop, and to make sure that Israel is flourishing and to bring Or LaGoyim also in cyber. The ability to delete threats and to cope with threats before that they take place is the heart of the cybersecurity mindset. And therefore, it is no surprise that the world looks to our cybersecurity experts. I call upon you all to collaborate, government, private sectors, companies. We are looking for good ideas. We are planning to have this Iron Dome from security attacks. We understand the importance of communications infrastructure We understand that everything is based on those infrastructure, and in the next 2 years we will see it. The IoT field, the 5G, sensors everywhere, and we understand that we have to secure them. And in order to do that, we need to collaborate, we need to work together, we need to find solution, and we need to have a good chutzpah and to be brave enough to work and to secure it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Handel. We have a very interesting and busy, and you're going to sit here, Mr. Tidhar, very interesting and very hopefully fruitful day for you. Many, many very interesting people to talk to. And the first will be Erez Tidhar from Israel National Cyber Directorate. Good morning.
Morning.
You are actually, let me see this exactly, the Executive Director of the National Cyber Emergency Response Team.
That is long and correct.
What is it? What exactly is that you do?
Well, the INCD has a wing, which is called Cyber Event Response Team. It's the CERT. Every country around the world has one. It's the wing that's responsible for dealing with any cyber attack. And after the first initiation of the attack, we're doing many other actions with other wings.
I'm thinking Ghostbusters.
I would like to say Ghostbusters 2, okay?
Okay.
Next edition.
So you're getting the phone, hey, we are being attacked.
Exactly.
What do you do?
So depending on the attack, it may be an attack on a single civilian, his own home computer, and there is a few actions that and recommendations we can give, and it can go up to a critical infrastructure which is attacked by maybe a nation state or a very aggressive actor. So we act according to this event.
So you just give an advice, or you do more than that?
On a regular basis, the methodology is, first of all, let's not receive the attack not ready. So let's be prepared. So there's a lot of guys in the INCD that's working before the attack to raise the walls. So we advise the civilian how to patch, how to raise their walls, how to be prepared for a cyber attack. A lot of awareness, a lot of tools that we give to the public in hope that when the attack arrives, it will smash on the walls. But in cyber, there's no 100%. Everybody here in this hall knows it. So you have to be prepared to react after the attack has occurred. And there are special people in the INCD which do that as well.
Right. So you guys, you know very much about who's behind those attacks and what are they after. So give me a little overview. Who are these bad guys?
So I will disappoint you a little bit. I don't really care about who is the attacker at the first stage. I'm interested about the attack. Which kind of attack? What are their purpose? What are their intentions to do? Is it for CNA, for an attack to do damage, or do they need a financial attack? So first of all, we try to understand which kind of attack is it. And then down the road, we actually do a reverse engineering of this attack and try to understand. Now we're dealing not only Israel, but worldwide. You deal with, from one endpoint, the simple or a singular attacker, hacker, which probably wants fame or money.
Yeah,
and
so
on the
those hackers, those who make the noise, they send emails, they want bitcoins, and you know exactly who they are.
You know, noise is measured by the amount of it. A few years ago, it was very little noise. Nowadays, after the Corona era, that everybody is working from home, and a lot of hackers are sitting home and, well, let's say they have heaven in front of them because all the market is working from home. So we see a peak and a very rising in cyber attacks from those single hackers, and on the other side of the scale, it's state actors, which are
those are quiet. This is more complicated to identify. So
Exactly.
how do you go about that?
So the state of Israel has the INCD and many other security agencies which deal with such attacks. It's a warfare. It's no game, and it's not the war of the future. It's the war of yesterday, and we're in the middle of it. You don't need me. You can read the papers. Around the world, hundreds of attacks, major ones, and some of them are directed to Israel, and we're dealing with them as best as we can.
And many of those are actually now in sleep mode, right?
Some of the attackers' MO is to infiltrate an organization and just sit there and wait for the right time. It's let's do an analog to the physical world. If I can breach a bank in the middle of the night, stay there, let the bank close, and then when nobody is home or nobody is at the bank, I can breach the safe. Attackers do the same. It doesn't necessarily mean they're state actors. They're better hackers. Okay? They know when your defense is lower or when you're not very alert, and then they attack. So it's an MO, yes, one of them.
You know, one of the questions that came up yesterday here was, what about going after the attackers offensively, not just defensively, and not just negotiate with them, going after them? What do you think about that?
So I have an excellent question. I am from the INCD. We do cyber protection. We do not do cyber attacks. So I will advise you to invite someone who is doing cyber attacks,
but
and they will give you a great answer.
Sure, but in terms of concept, you said it's a war. In a war,
in terms of concept, I do not think that hackers are special people. They're criminals. They can be criminals for financial reasons, or they can be criminals for damage reasons. As in all fields of life, we are civilians, and we do not have to tolerate bullies and terrorists, and the same goes with cyber. Israel state does not, cannot live with terror acts. Cyber attacks are as terror, so Israel should react the same it does with physical terror.
Right. You know, we were talking here extensively yesterday about face recognition technologies and autonomous vehicles and all of that is coming our way sooner or later. And should we assume that all of those will be hacked?
I think that assumption is one of the best things we can do, because if you assume that it cannot be hacked, you'll be surprised, and then you'll have a lot of damage. To my opinion, if a company invests in new technology, automatic vehicles, I think they, first of all, should invest in the best autonomous vehicle they can produce, but on the other hand, the most protected one. So if you do a new technology and you want to sell it to the market, make sure your R&D is ready for cyber attacks. Take every case possible that you will be attacked, because if I was the attacker, I would just wait for a new innovative technology to go out to the market and try to attack it. So if my message is to those very smart and intelligent people who make new technology, invest a lot in the cyber defense by design, not after the product is out there, try to make compensation. By design, make it cyber safe, and I'm not talking only about autonomous vehicles, I'm talking about everything, every computer chip, every computer data, every single software, make it cyber protected, because this, as I said, this is the new war. It's not kinetic war anymore.
Right. Recently, we had two major attacks here in Israel, one on a hospital and the other on a hosting company that reached quite a few applications on social networking and health and so forth. What can you tell us about this, and are we going to see more attacks on health institutions like hospitals?
So I think worldwide the hackers understood that hospitals are the soft belly of any country, because we're talking about human lives, we're talking about the effect of awareness. People say, oh my God, this hospital has been hacked. They're influencing people's mind. So Israel is no different. In the last year, we've seen more than 5 attacks on hospitals around the world, and Israel's turn has arrived. I'm glad to say that all the hospitals in Israel, from one side, are under a regulator, the Ministry of Health. In mostly every hospital in Israel, there's a good and very well-trained cyber team. But again, if anyone says you're 100% cyber-proof, they're trying to sell you something. There is no 100%. So in this case, which we talked about, the Israeli hospital, there was a vulnerability that was not closed in time, and the hacker used this entrance to get in the hospital systems. I must say, it wasn't a very sophisticated attack. It just used an open window to get in.
So was the attack on the hosting company, not very sophisticated, and
exactly the same
seems to be very
method.
easy. What happened?
Look, I will take my privilege on this stage to say that the INCD sends out every day on a daily basis alerts about systems that have vulnerabilities. Just in 2020, they published in the worldwide more than 40,000 vulnerabilities in different softwares and computer network things. Now, these vulnerabilities, when they're published, it's the beginning of a race. The attackers get this same notice as me and you. They have to attack, I have to defend. Now, I'll disappoint you. 100% of the times, the attacker wins. He makes it faster because he only has to attack. Now, when it comes to the defender, first of all, you have to defend the 360 all the time from against everything. Now, there is a lot of weight what to do first. Now, if I was, and we just talked about it with a few of my friends, if I'm a hospital manager and I have to take care of now Corona era for more beds, more respiration machines, more doctors, more nurses, or to deal with a cyber vulnerability, maybe I do not understand the risk, and I will choose differently to make this
until something happens.
Until it happens, and then you understand. Now, on this stage, it's very important. The message has to go. Cyber attacks are lethal. They're not something you can recover from fast. That's why every director, every manager, every CEO, CISO has to understand cybersecurity is among the top of the to-do list, not another bed and not another respiration machine.
With this, I'll thank you very much, Erez Tidar, Israel National Cyber Director. Thank you very much.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you
all.
And now, let me invite over our next guest, which is Dr. Raitis Rainis, the Director of the National Cybersecurity Center under Ministry of National Defense from the Republic of Lithuania. Shalom to you indeed, and good morning, and how are you? Enjoying Israel so far?
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Hold your mic.
Thank you. It is a pleasure and a very intensive and fruitful visit to Israel.
Well, let me start with this. What do you find interesting here in terms of cybersecurity and other technologies?
Israel is one of the leaders in cybersecurity developments as well as solutions, companies, and we all know, and even in my region, in Europe, in my country, in Lithuania, we know about that. We always were interested in, and there was an opportunity to come to your conference, and we used that opportunity to speak and find a collaboration methods between similar organizations. The previous speaker is with whom we yesterday
somewhat
met
a counterpart of
exactly,
you guys.
The counterpart.
Great. So let's talk about Lithuania now. What's your approach to cybersecurity that actually put you quite high in world ranking?
Yeah, Lithuania, being a country with quite well-developed internet infrastructure, networks, the countries that do not have natural resources to rely on, IT businesses is very important. Our networks are accumulating a lot of traffic from Asia, Russia, and other regions to the Europe, we being a hub. So trafficking a lot of data means trafficking a lot of malicious data. So we need to deal with that. We need to save our customers, our businesses in a country, and we invested in centralized approach of cybersecurity. By that I mean in 2018, 4 years ago, 3 years and a little bit ago, there was decision in my country to consolidate all cybersecurity efforts, the teams that we invited in different institutions under the one institution, National Cybersecurity Center, and I'm representing this institution. The leadership was taken by Ministry of Defense, and it was quite successful, unanimous decisions in the parliament, and how it happened. And during those 4 years of development, we reached those ranking places, being at the beginning in 4th place, now in 6th place, means that our approach of centralizing works for us, a small country as we are.
Who is trying to cyber attack Lithuania? My guess would be what, Russia and China, mostly?
Yes, state-sponsored attacks. Being a country between Russian Federation and Belarus, we have the threats from that as well. But to be honest, the majority of incidents we are registering, I would name it close to the 90% are financially motivated attacks. And I believe this is a very similar situation in Israel as well. You know, internet is without the borders. We are facing similar situations. But you are right, the state-sponsored attacks is increasing. Even while it is counting not more than 10% of all registered cyber incidents, that's the incident that is the most dangerous. The damage from the state-sponsored attacks is the most significant, and that we should care about, both in Lithuania and Israel, and we do that. But of course, the country's enemies are different.
Right, and you took some measures against Chinese tech giants, right?
Well, first of all, we, in the cyber community around the world, it is a lot of talks about insecure products that comes from China, not only Internet of Things devices, but we are talking about those important like 5G devices and things like that. But it's not enough, we found it's not enough research is done that we could be able to talk about the facts. So we took the approach to investigate. Being a centralized agency for cybersecurity, we do have R&D division, smart scientific people who can manage the task of researching those devices. We started from IP cameras, IP surveillance cameras, and vulnerabilities that we found 2 years ago. And the recent research that we did was on Huawei and Xiaomi Chinese produced
Huawei
and Xiaomi.
And Xiaomi, yeah.
Devices that do accept 5D technology. It took 3 months, and only when we came with the evidence and reports, we started to do measures. And why we do the measures? Because we found evidence about insecure products. And first of all, we need to investigate that and take measures, and not only taking other solutions. That's easy solutions. We believe that the purpose of our research and those talking about the facts, vulnerabilities that is found, is to try to change the behavior of those big IT worldwide companies. You perhaps would say, is it possible to change? But the research we did, this year research, showed that some of the solution is not visible, but it's changing. So it's a big thing to talk on an international community. Maybe we can change the manufacture, the behavior of manufacture. Maybe if we disclose publicly the vulnerabilities, which is hard to deny because it's a fact, we can change the behavior that manufacturers could do safer products, which on that regard, we all perhaps are in favor
Right.
in Israel and in Lithuania and other democratic countries.
This country, Israel, is a small country, about 10 million people roughly. Lithuania is
Even
about-
smaller.
Yeah, about 3 million people
Close to
roughly.
3.
Yeah. So I want to ask you from your perspective, is technology the ticket for small countries to the big league of nations, would you say?
You mean, did I catch your question? You mean the technology leads small countries to the biggest to
Yeah.
the connection?
Right.
From one side, you are right. I would say you are right. But from other side, I would say the humans, the specialists, smart brains that connects the countries, smaller countries with the bigger, even more. The people produce the technologies. And we, in my belief, we should rely more on the people. That's the approach I'm believing on. It works. How will it be in the future? Good question. Artificial intelligence system, machine learning algorithm is changing people, and perhaps we will be more reliant on those technologies, and this is important between small and big countries on that. So that's a thing that brings a lot of thoughts in the future as well.
Dr. Reinis, I thank you very much, and enjoy your stay here in Israel. Thank you.
With a pleasure.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here in the hall and those who are watching online, our first panel this morning, cyber panel. We are going to talk about how to face cyber attacks from an intelligence point of view, and we'll start in a minute. Okay. So the chairman of this session is Guy Mizrahi. Hi, Guy. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Guy is a serial entrepreneur, a cyber expert, and a former hacker.
Yep.
Okay. Take the blame. All right. Let's meet our guests first, and then we'll start. Dadi, let's start with you. A couple words about yourself and your company.
Yes, so my name is Dadi Gertler. I'm executive director of technology systems in the INCD. So it's not a company, it's our very own Israeli National Cyber Security Agency dealing with technology.
Okay. Sanaz, good morning to you.
Hi, Yaakov. I was hoping to be on the right side because my good side is this one. But anyways, I'm Sanaz. I'm happy to be here with you today. I'm in Mandiant. It's a cybersecurity as service. American global company that is doing Intel, IR, and managed defense.
All right. And Omri.
Hello, everyone. Omri Segev Moyal. I'm the CEO of Profero, a company that specialized in rapid incident response, Israeli-based and working worldwide.
Okay. So, Guy, let's start with the burning question. What happens when you are being attacked?
I think that a few months ago we've done some kind of test in Tel Aviv University, and we did a demo of an attack and tried to understand what happened. And it was amazing. Everyone knew that it was a demo. Everyone knew that it's just a simulation, so nothing really bad is going to happen. And what we've seen there is that the main thing that happened is chaos. So there was chaos, people were in panic, they didn't know what to do. There was all kind of regulation, all kind of scenarios that you need to follow if there is some kind of attack. No one followed anything. So basically what you have is chaos, panic, and that's what leads the first few minutes, hours, and even days of the discovery of the attack.
So how do you, Sanaz, how do you tackle this? So there's panic, what's happening? Computers are going down, servers are going down. Who did it? Is it a malfunction? Is it an attack? How do you deal with that?
First of all, the most important fact when you get into this kind of situation, even it was a demo, as Guy mentioned, is that the advantage is for the attacker, because they started first. This is what actually caused the chaos that Guy talked about, that, right? So first thing you want to do, in case that the customer or the target doesn't have routine or methodology in place, you want to get the advantage back to the victim, right, or to the potential victim. And what we are best off to get the advantage back is to kind of brief them how we understand the situation, right? What's T equals 0? What is the situation they are dealing with? I do believe that that data, information, that we call it in our job threat intel, is something that could be delivered to the right person in the right time to get back the advantage to the victim. This is my first tip, but you know.
Dadi, I want to ask you, we spoke with Erez Tidar before from the National Directorate. When do you decide to intervene, to jump, to help somebody who's being attacked?
Well, it's a complex issue always. It very much depends on the specific organization being attacked. If it's a governmental organization or a private sector organization, even if it's a private sector organization, depends if he is part of our national critical infrastructure or not. So, of course, if it's a governmental organization or governmental-like organization, we have more power to intervene quite frequently. If not, it's pretty much depends on the organization itself. Usually, contacting companies like Mandiant and others, of course, and then if they require more kind of superior overlook, they contact us.
Okay. Omri, one of the first questions is who did it? Who's behind it? Find the attribution, right?
So we like to look at this kind of information in two levels. One of them is the tactical. So which threat actor is it, which group, tools, tactics, and procedures. It's usually called indicator of compromise, and trying to understand what are the capabilities of these groups. And then usually later, when we look at attribution, it's really in the macro level. Is it belonging to any kind of country, especially sanctioned countries? For example, when the initial Iranian campaigns in Israel, the ransomware campaign started, some companies actually paid the ransom all because they didn't know it's related to Iran. So attribution is really, really important to understand for organizations, because they can actually, if they do it wrong, if they don't get the right intelligence that gives them to make intelligence to make the right decisions, they can actually bypass some very bad laws, communicating with a foreign actor. They can do a lot of those things which can really get them in trouble.
How long does it take in terms of, hours, days, weeks to understand who's behind it?
It varies. Sometimes it can take a minute. We get in, we get the right IOCs, we're making sure nobody is fooling us, and we can give a really good attribution. And sometimes it can even take, years of research and joint collaboration between companies and organizations.
Right. Do they have a signature? How do you know? I mean, in terms of operations.
Yeah, it's kind of an art, okay? So it's not mathematics. And you have, during the time, you have your your own tactics and procedures, how to try to find and how to make the intelligence better, how to optimize all this cycle of intelligence gathering, intelligence analysis, and trying to find the, let's call it, signature of an attacker. And when you get to that point, it might be very, very easy and very
So, Sanaz, there are different styles of attacks from different parts of the world?
There are completely different styles of it. There are 50 shades.
50 shades of attacks.
If not 500 shades of different attacks, different missions and different TTPs. DTPs, what Omri just said, is the kind of signature we actually, the modus operandi of the certain threat group, right? That we try to attribute or not attribute. But I want to go back, you asked, the first question asked is who is behind the attack? And I disagree. I think it's not the first question. The first question is something very important for the target, is to minimize the damage, right? Is to understand how you're going to break the chain of this attack and kind of minimize the damage, the potential damage, and optimize the interest of the victim. So sometimes attribution matters at the first stages, as Omri said, like if it's a attacker posing like a cybercrime, but it's actually not cybercrime, it's an hack and leak, or they try to actually shame and hack and shame. So of course, paying the ransom, it's not going to help. But sometimes the most important thing, and this is what I really want to tell about threat intel, is follow the data. Follow the data is look at the data, try to just go very, very tight to the forensic evidence and to the understanding of the same threat actor that you knew before, and give that information to the operational and strategic levels in order to do the right decision. The right decision could be to turn off the computers, but the right decision could be also, no, we need another hours or 3 days to see what else the attacker did before we are actually cutting this chain, right? So attribution matters, but not always at the first stages of the battlefield.
Right, and guys, especially in commercial companies, time is money. So if you shut off the computers, how long could you do that?
Yeah, I think that shutting down the computer is one way to deal with the cyber threat, and we've seen those things happen. I think a few years ago, but it can happen now if we understand that you need to do it in order to block the attack or to stop minimize the damage of the attack. But when we're dealing with a cyber attack, we need, first of all, to understand what the attacker wants, what he succeeded to do, and we need to decide if we want to block the attack or maybe to leave the attack and feed it with different types of information, what we need to do. Because the first thing that everyone wants to do is let's clean it off, let's make it right. But if the attacker already stole some information, already got some databases, some ways that we could handle this situation is feed it with a lot of garbage, and when it exposed, maybe the damage would be minimized. So I do agree with what all my colleagues here say. Let the panic, stop the panic, think a little bit, and then act. Don't just do the first thing that you think about.
Don't run to the switch and turn it off immediately. Dadi, as we've heard before here, you have a response team. Would you recommend commercial companies to have response teams as well?
There are professionals in the market. So I think you have a panel yesterday about IR. Most companies are not big enough and not professional enough to hold their own homegrown IR team. So for that, exactly, there are professionals in the market. And, many professional companies with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, with very good people. Let the professional lead the way.
Right. Omri, from your experience, all these ransomware attacks, as we said, commercial companies under pressure to get rid of this as soon as possible because time is money. How inclined are they to pay all these ransoms and get rid of it as quickly as possible?
I'm going to give a very contradictory answer. Not many people are going to like it. Chris Kyle is an ex-Marine who passed away, the book called Sniper. And he had a saying, violence, despite what your mom told you, violence does solve problems. And the way we've seen it in many, many organizations, despite what everybody tells you, paying ransom does solve problems. Sometimes, not always, but there are many, many factors to consider before making a payment. And sometimes to the organization, you can solve an incident. It's not just the ransom itself, of course. It's not magic. But let's say you can get a ransom in around $100,000. Recovering from it, if there's no backups, can cost $10 million. There's also a lot of things like legal consideration. Did you do enough to prevent the data of your customers being leaked after you've been ransomed? And if you didn't pay, you might get sued. So it's not just technical question. It's not just, is it better for the greater good? You need to think, is it best for my company right now, given this specific situation? And it's a very hard decision to make, I gotta tell you that.
Yeah, well,
I think that this is a headline, you know. This is something that a lot of us think and not a lot of us can, you know, freely talk about, but paying sometimes solves the problem, but you need to be smart if you want to pay. You need to understand that it will solve the problem or minimize dramatically the damage. And I think that most of the cyber professional does understand it, but not everyone can talk about it freely.
yeah, because what happened to not being blackmailed, not caving into, I don't know, terrorists and criminals? Just pay and that's it.
No, wait, I have to. Okay, we don't recommend to pay to terrorists, but if, and also we have some, I do agree that in some cases paying is the best way to get out of that tactical way and get back the advantage and make yourself not vulnerable. But we do have evidences that the time you pay, it takes a little bit time for them to come back. And if they are not coming back, so others coming back because there is somebody's actually is paying. So it's also another decision. Maybe for the CISO that is in the present, the best thing is just to pay and just, you know, that's it. But for the next one and for the next one, he's actually creating more problems because then they have this, the tag that this guy is going to pay. Mm-hmm. So let's start to do the extortion thing.
So, Daddy, we have a major business here. They make a lot of
it pays off to be a hacker.
Right? No, you don't say
it's it's very profitable for them, for the bad guys. That's for sure. We definitely know that some of the major hacking ransomware groups in the world, they're working for 2 or 3 years, and then they have their pension. I mean, they don't need anything else. They just lay down their tools.
Right. So how do you make a front of all these companies and victims? You know, stop paying, do something about it. Any chance for that?
We have our general recommendation, exactly as Sanaz mentioned. That's that's a general practice all over the world, I think. But you can never, it's all individuals, so you can never take the position of a CEO or a CISO of a certain organization and force him not to pay or to pay. Else, of course, if it's a governmental organization, we can force them not to pay. But the private sector is free to do. It's a business decision.
Omri?
I want to comment on that, and I'll be very strict here. Worldwide, up until maybe start of this year, governments worldwide dealing with ransomware was extremely weak. They were giving most of the decision-making to the companies themselves, and in the end of the day, each company has to take the best decision for its stakeholders at the given time. They can't look at the wider picture, and they shouldn't. That's their job. CEOs, chairman of the boards, etc., they need to make the right decision. What government needs to do, cyber doctrine, the FBI, everybody worldwide, they need to start tackling those attackers and the nation state that are supporting them heavily, harshly, including in physical if required. And the US did recently start to do it more often.
But there are a lot of countries that, you know, they are okay if you attack outside of this country, but do not attack inside. So there are a lot of approaches of countries that says, listen, this is one more way to earn money, just don't do it locally.
Yeah, Robin Hood. So I think, first of all, it's a very good question. If you have an answer for that, so we are going to do a startup together.
Oh, yeah, I'll send you an email.
Okay, I'm waiting. The second of all, I think this is a combination of two. Even I'm looking for the three and I don't remember, but there is a combination of two things. First, we should cooperate and partnership. This is the only way we can actually survive. For example, in the past months, you have heard about ransomware on healthcare of Israel. The only way we could get out of it, it was partnership, even competitors, right? My company, others' company, to talk to each other, to compare the data we have and to help the possible victims, especially when we are in the time of COVID and we cannot let ourselves, our computers to get down. The second one is I do have a dream, that we get more proactive as a government, and actually as Omri said, because a lot of the attacks and compromise you can see, they are not all targeted. I'm not talking about like very targeted. They are looking for the weakest link, right? How they are looking for the weakest link? They are kind of scanning the whole environment, for example, of Israel, and looking for vulnerabilities to get in. Why we cannot do that as a government? I think we should always be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the attackers to scan those vulnerabilities and to alert the company before the attacker got there. I know it's still a dream and it has to have also some legals around it, but I do believe that if there is one nation state that we can do partnership and we can make dreams true, is Israel, because we are small, we are a startup nation, we know each other all from army. We can do it, and we can show also other nations that how we are successful in that.
Yeah, I think that one of the most amazing things in the Israeli ecosphere, in the cyber ecosphere here in Israel, is that, you know, we are all frenemies. So basically, we are competing about the customers. We are all selling basically the same. We want to sell cyber protection or cyber defense, but we all talk together. We are all friends. You know, we can talk about one thing that happened, and I want an advice from one of my competitors. It's basically okay, and I think that this is something that we came up that help us to fight those bad things.
Comment on that, Daddy?
Yeah, well, they're totally right. No argue about that. But again, I will leverage Sanaz's saying about the justice system in Israel and all other democratic countries. As probably you all know, we currently still doesn't have a law, cyber law in Israel. We are waiting for this law to happen as soon as possible. Without this law that let us operate as everybody expects, we need to have this framework.
Right. A very final remark?
Yeah, I'll be happy to add something on that. We work worldwide, and the thing we learn is that the same as organizations sometimes have the necessity to pay ransom, they also have the dependency, and they shouldn't be relying on any kind of government actions or any other companies worldwide. They should be relying on themselves. And any company should no longer have the ability to say, we didn't know this kind of threat happens. It happens everywhere, from Colonial Pipeline to hospitals in England. We just dealt with an incident in Jakarta. It happens everywhere. Companies need to be aware that this threat is real. And what the next thing, if you hear this panel, ask your technical persons, what do we do against the next ransomware? What do we do against the next cyber attack? Don't rely on government to do anything for you, because they won't.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll be continuing now to the next panel, which is very interesting, the ethics of selling offensive cyber tools.
Jacob.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, nice catch. Thank you.
This is going to be a very challenging session, so we brought something.
Okay, we'll leave this and it will, the gun in the first act, no, leave it here, it's okay. It will shoot in the third act, okay?
Keep working the rest of the day. This is for us.
Sanat?
Okay, I just want to say for our friends inside the exhibition hall, we are going to start another panel in a minute. And this time it will be about the ethics of selling offensive technologies, offensive cyber technologies around the world. אז גם נאמר בעברית לחברינו באולם התצוגה, אתם מוזמנים להיכנס לאולם הוועידה. ואנחנו נתחיל מיד בפאנל מעניין מאוד על האתיקה של מכירת סייבר התקפי למדינות בעולם. So please join us here at the conference hall and we'll start in a minute. What is going on here, guys?
Guy's going to pick a word and
Guy
whoever
rules.
says the word has
Guy
to
rules.
drink.
Okay. No, I can't afford this. I have a long day in front of me. Let me just fill out.
יבגני, אני לא יודע מה דעתו. אתה איתנו או איתנו?
זה מדאיג. הוא שתול. הנה, השתול מגיע, לא?
Okay, we are waiting for our last guest and we'll start.
אפשר גם לא להזמין אותו. עכשיו נתתי מזה צעדים.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, selling offensive cyber technologies. Very, very hot topic. And we will start, I'm going to wait with this scotch for a minute. We will start by introducing our guests first, and then Guy will tell us what's the deal with this. Okay, Eugene Sherman, you'll please tell us a couple of words about yourself and your company.
I'm Eugene Sherman. Actually, I'm working many years in IT and information security domain. In the last 25 years, I worked for different defense industries like Rafael and Elbit, and also I led IT and information security organization of NSO Group. Today, I'm working for a number of companies, for All Stars IT, and also I have my own company and work as an independent consultant in IT and information security domains.
Great, thank you. Iftach?
Thank you. Iftach Yanamit. I'm 25 years veteran of the information security field. Most of my career has been spent in hacking, pen testing, red teaming.
You're a hacker.
Of course. Still am. And in the past few years, I've been kind of switching off towards the defensive side as the information security and application security manager for Amazon, a small online bookstore. And over the past 4 years, I'm the chief security officer for Simpress, which is an international company, 16,000 people, 45 countries, $3 billion.
All right. Inbar.
Inbar, today I'm the VP of Research at Hunters. We do OpenXDR. The reason I think I'm here, other than my known opinions, is that I spent 18 years in military intelligence. I was teaching offensive. I wrote curriculum. I was a course commander. And I was also the one that gives the talk, what we call Saint Against Despicable. There's actually a talk that we give at courses, and I'm the one against.
And you can drink whiskey.
I can indeed.
And last but not least, Avi Yariv, which is actually the conference chairman, iHLS, which is a good opportunity to hear a little bit about iHLS, Avi.
iHLS is a media company that was established about 11 years ago. We found a void in the world of media and events and publishment in the world of Homeland Security, or then very, very strong, because all the traditional media kind of companies were talking about defense. Nobody knew cyber is going to be what it is today. And iHLS has grown along the years from Homeland Security to more and more fields. One of them is cyber, as we see in this huge event.
Okay. Now, Guy. Guy Mizrahi is the chairman of this session, and what is this all about?
First of all, I think that we need to drink. Cheers.
So you say we cannot sell cyber products without drinking?
We got to lubricate the conscience somehow. So.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. It's okay.
So, I think that this panel is a continued thought of an, let's say, unsolved problem that we always talk about. When we are talking about something like selling intelligence and offensive cybersecurity tools and systems to other governments, there are a few people here that that they have a strong opinion against it. There are some people here, I'm included, that are all for doing it. And I think that we are always writing about it in one group, one WhatsApp group that we have. We're always talking about it. And we wanted to put it on the table and discuss it freely, because I don't think that this is something that we should be ashamed of. And I don't think that this discussion is problematic. I think that there are two opinions. We need to talk about them. We need to understand those two approaches and put it on the table.
And what about the whiskey?
First of all, everyone here is my friend. Okay. So we have to drink together, okay? And I think that we need to choose one word that if someone say it, we need to drink. So Inbar, I will let you to choose the word.
Cyber.
Cheers.
I thought it would be NSO or something. No, we'll talk about that.
We can talk about few words.
One bottle is not enough for this word.
All right, let's get to business. Eugene, I'll start with you. Offensive cyber, recently, as we've hinted. You'll need a lot of bottles for that. Is obviously in the headlines, in the news recently, but it's been around for a long time. Let's defuse the bomb. Sell it or not sell it?
First of all, let's understand what we are talking about. What is offensive cyber? That all companies supposed to sell, and usually in 99% we are talking about tools or solutions for collecting intelligence for law enforcement agencies. Okay, so from my opinion, and we can talk about alternatives of selling or not selling, but it's pure business decision. And once we can talk about who should control it and who should use it, etc. But at the bottom line, if we have private company that can develop some solution, and this solution can help to make, now it sounds like a misword, but can make world to be safety and to save some lives in different places, remotely or not remotely. Definitely, I think we should sell this
there
solution.
were a lot of ifs, and we're going to talk about the ifs. Iftach?
So first of all, I think I do agree with Eugene on one part, that, yes, that I recognize that there are good things about the tools and the services, and I'm surprised that you kind of danced around tooling and solutions, but these are services that are being sold, that are saving lives. But just like anything else, there's a balance. And the question really is whether we're selling tools, solutions, or services. And that's where the line begins to shift and drift. And the difference between a private company selling a tool blindly to someone with the ability to kind of deny responsibility and deny any kind of repercussions on how it was used and by whom it was used is one thing. I'd be very happy to know if there exists such a situation, because as far as I know, these are licensed tools that the company knows who's using them. They cannot be transferred. And unlike what a lot of companies tend to say, oh, we're just making a weapon, we're just selling, an Uzi. I've never heard of an Uzi that can be remotely disabled by the decision of the maker.
Okay, we'll elaborate on this, of course, later. In Bar, it's just, service.
Yeah, so I want to represent a point of view which is about the ethics. The ethics is a little step that goes beyond what's legal and illegal, and it's mostly revolving around values. What do you think is right and what do you think is wrong? My personal opinion is that the offensive technology, with or without the control measures that Iftach suggests, is something that should be supervised in a manner that leaves the discretion to governments and not to private people that put into consideration other factors. If my government wants to sell that, and in fact my government does sell that, then okay, I think a government is allowed to make those distinctions, but if a private company chooses to create such technology, then at the end of the day, the temptation, I think, is too big. And even though you might be following the rules and the laws to the letter, there are still some gray areas.
Yeah. So Avi, rules and licenses and all of that, and suddenly you find spying technology here and there, and French Prime Minister, and who knows where. How that is happening?
So the question is not about whether or not it's ethical to sell the tools. It's about how to supervise them and how to make sure they work the right way that we believe in it. So it's a different question. So if everybody here, if I understand correctly, agrees that it's okay to sell them, the question is who is exactly selling them and how you're supervising this kind of use.
And I'll add another question.
It's a different
Can
discussion.
you supervise, really?
The answer is yes, but I don't want to really supervise what the countries that did it with, but I want the accountability. And it's a different thing, accountability of a country towards a private company and accountability of a country or a nation towards another nation. These are two different things. So if you take care of the accountability issue, so you can take the private company, she can sell it, as long as you know that the other country that bought the tools has accountability what it does with it, what less happens today.
Right.
I think that one thing that we all agree about is that you cannot develop those kind of system, tools, solutions. I'm not talking about services at all, okay? But you cannot develop those kind of tools and solutions and sell it to whoever you want. So the common ground is we will not sell it to the private sector. We will not sell it to a rich man that want to spy on someone.
A drug lord?
Yeah, a drug lord. We will not sell it to a drug lord. We will not sell it to a lot of other private individuals. But the law allows selling of those kind of systems and tools and solutions to a specific amount of countries that the Israeli government allowed and even has, let's say, kind of motivation to give those kind of technologies to. As an individual.
Who said the Israeli government has ethics?
Thank you for making my point.
Just one more second. I want to say that as a private individual, I want that my government will be able to spy on people, even on me, if they need to think about that I've done something wrong, but this is not the case. I want that the government will be able to stop terrorism. I want them to stop organized crime. And if we have our own capabilities to do it on Unit 8200, on the Shabak, on the Mossad, even on the police, I think that other countries should have those capabilities also, and not all of them can develop it on their own. So if we can sell those kind of things and help them to do it, it's great. We are doing it on ships, on boats, on missile boats, on airplanes, on Uzis, on whatever kind of weapon that can kill people. But the main criticism about those kind of systems and tools is that they can maybe lead to spy on someone that will be killed later. But how will be killed? On Israeli weapons that we've sold. And those are not something that we criticize.
Let's make it a little bit harder, Eugene. How can you really, and you see life, life is, shows us that you cannot really have a grip on where the technology is going. Not even real weapons, not technology. How can you really make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands?
To be honest, I don't understand the dilemma, okay, and the guys know me. So that's if I sell hammer and somebody take hammer and kill somebody, nobody goes to the company that produce hammer and ask why you sold this material to somebody. Nobody goes to Toyota and asking why ISIS or Al-Qaeda guys use Toyota Jeeps in the desert in Afghanistan or Iraq, and how comes that Toyota sold them these products. So I'm definitely assuming we are not talking about services, and we are talking about solutions and tools. I definitely separate between the companies that can produce those tools, and the agencies, law enforcement agencies that use those tools. So now we remember that, as Guy mentioned, all installations of those tools were approved by Israeli government. So I'm proud to live in a country when I can trust my government when they approve something to sell to another country. And I know that somebody just consider and make decision why to do it.
But this is much more powerful than a hammer, you know. It's very powerful
but at the bottom line, I don't think that the companies that produce those tools should control the usage. So it's if I take you to information technology, okay, if you buy a SAP product and you sign off a license, a user-rights license, and now you violating or you don't use in terms of, you don't make the use in terms of those licenses, SAP company can take this license for you or forbid you to use it. In the same manner, if I sell my product that totally installed on customer side. And you can imagine that like Shabak or Mossad in other country will not allow to me as a private company to be a part of operational use. I can train them and can explain them how to use it, but at the bottom line, they will use those tools in accordance with their laws and their court decision, etc., etc. So now, if we have some countries that use those tools illegally, we have international law and we can export control and many, many measures how to prevent export to those countries.
That's the longest explanation I've ever heard for I want to have deniability.
And I still can't have it because, correct me if I heard it right, but you're basically saying once you sold something to a country, you don't have the ability to disable it because it's installed on-prem.
I do have. For a company where I work, I do have ability to disable it. I do have the ability to sell license for limited use, but there is a huge difference between to know that the tool in use or not in use, and to know who were appointed as the targets for these tools in this country, and what I'm doing with those targets, etc., etc. So it's on-off, it's, you know.
And then comes the question. So first of all, it's not a hammer. I think we agree. Again, a hammer, I've never seen a hammer. I don't know, maybe I'm
hammer
too old.
Hammer is more
but
painful.
I have never seen a hammer that you can turn off remotely, which stops being a hammer.
Yeah, but you know, every software can be, most of the software that are licensed can be terminated the license.
No, so that's phenomenal. So to the first agreement, to the first point of, oh, I'm just sending, you know, I'm just making a hammer, I'm just making a baseball bat, I'm just making a newsie.
No, I'm just making a
so
software.
That's off the table. I'm glad that we're in agreement.
I'll give you another thing. If we don't sell it, somebody else will. I haven't heard that, right?
Phenomenal. And then someone else will have to deal with
I think that you can say the same thing with drugs.
But if I don't rob your store, somebody else will.
Cyber.
But really, Avi, how lucrative is business is this? Maybe we just cannot ignore it.
Just like any other crime.
First of all, I think it's part of a very big industry. It's a know-how which is very important for industry of defense in cyber, not only of the offensive. It's part of the know-how coming from 8200 and other places, which is very, very essential for this kind of industry. It's part of an overall Israeli strategic decision, which was taken years ago, to sell lethal and weapon capabilities around the world as part of Israel's strategy to enhance our military industry in order to provide IDF with much better capabilities, which the country cannot finance by itself. So as you look at the overall, it's a good thing to do, and it does good in the right hands. I mean, eventually, don't mistake who are the bad guys and who are the good guys. It is a very basic question. You give it to good guys to use it the right way. Sometimes it gets to the hands of bad guys, and we have to take care of that. It's not supposed to do. We have to handle it. But don't pour the baby with the water. I mean, I want to help the good guys, and I want to make sure the bad guys don't get it. That's it.
Exactly like guns or somebody on something else.
Yeah, so just don't sell it to the bad guys. Done deal.
I'm not.
Well,
Fact is,
the question is,
tell it to
the question of who's bad and who's good.
You know, who is the good
question.
and who is the bad? I don't think that we can
I agree
really
with you. I
think
100%
about good and bad, because, you know, you are considered someone really bad. I am considered someone really bad in the eyes of someone. So we shouldn't use those tools.
I agree 100%. And I don't think it's a private company's decision to decide who's good or bad. I don't think it's either, and again, in a government where laws are used to kind of mask ethics, it's also a problem. By the way, this panel should have been the shortest panel ever because, first of all, there's no ethics. Second of all, there's no real representation of a government or a regulator here. for some reason. Third of all, there's no real representation of any of the companies who are actively now selling right across this wall cyber weapons and services. And I saw at least 2 or 3.
I don't think that we can talk about cyber weapons because, you know, I didn't see even one company, one company that sells something that you can push on a button and kill someone. So this is a weapon, okay? We are talking about an intelligence systems, not about cyber weapon because this is not allowed by law, by rule. So I think that, you know, cyber weapon, if someone can sell it, let's talk about it. I don't know about it.
We said offensive.
I want to really touch the point, okay? We are selling a lot of offensive solutions, but all of them are collecting information. Those are not killing people.
And what are alternatives? So at the bottom line, law enforcement agency need this information. So the alternatives 10 years ago was...
I'm sorry, but this is all beside the point, because if we agree that under certain circumstances you can sell weapons, then this discussion of whether the tools that we sell are weapons and kill people or not, that's beside the point. We're talking, the things we don't agree on are whether private companies should do that or just governments, and do we encourage people to do that? And there's a whole question that we haven't brought up at all of what does that mean for the leakage of classified or edge technologies that we develop in the military, and then people just run out and capitalize on.
Right, I'd like to take this point. Remember, we had cases when Israeli-made weapons somehow was turned against us in some parts of the world after it was resold. What about cyber technologies?
I could see more frequent cases of stealing guns from Tselim and other army bases.
No, that's not the case. I was talking about selling and reselling, not stealing. I'm not talking about stealing. I'm talking about selling and then reselling and then at the end of the chain.
There's one example.
I'm not familiar because of...
There is one example. Mortars that we sold Lebanon in the 80s were later used against us.
Yeah,
by
guns
Saddam.
here and there around the world.
Yeah,
You know,
guns is okay, but cyber technologies, I'm not familiar with cases when cyber technologies from any companies, even that selling and presenting their...
What about the risk? Maybe there were not cases yet, but what about the risk, the inherent risk in this?
But again, it's not about the ethics. It's about the monitoring regime. And how do you make sure who you're selling and how you're monitoring it? It's not about the ethics.
If I understand Yaakov correctly, he's talking about how do you choose which technology you allow to be sold? How do you regulate, if at all? What do you let people sell after they leave the military? Maybe we all agree that offensive tools are okay, but you're not allowed to do something you did in the military for X years. I don't know, I'm just making this up. But it's a serious question on technology that maybe in Israel has an edge on the rest of the world, and then someone just sells it to whomever, whether by permission or not, and then what happens with that?
I fully agree. Today, this is a very problematic place. If you're talking about ethics of taking know-how from places you got it and take it outside for the commercial world, very big issue. It's not about the ethics of selling the tools. It's about making them from the know-how which is not yours.
The latter causes the former.
I think that, you know, if you work in the military and, you know, as a soldier, and then a few days later, you go and instruct people all over the world of how to fight, how to kill people, how to defend in the real world, okay? Not in the cyber world. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Even driver, you can take drivers.
We wholeheartedly disagree.
Guys, drivers that got a driver license in Army, going to work as a driver when he's out of Army. What is the difference between
I learned how to drive a tank in the Army.
Cyber
Okay?
and
There's a slight
offensive cyber
difference.
specialists?
Well, I think that Yiftach just got his pilot license, so now you can work in the Air Force, right?
I am serving at the Air Force, but yes.
Being a driver in the military has no technological edge on being a driver in the outside world. So if you're a driver in the military and you want to be a driver when you get discharged, then by all means. But if you were developing frontline and cutting edge attack technologies that the rest of the world does not have. And then you get discharged, and the first thing you do is form a company or go work at one. It's not the same.
But it's the same if you develop in the, in the military, in the government, special tools to defend against cyber attack, and then go work for a defense company that does exactly the same. So basically, the same technology leaks.
No,
same
the
technology.
problem is
That's a good point.
What is
That's a very
classified?
good point.
It's not your decision. It's not your decision. If it's defined by the military as classified, you're not allowed to take it forward. I don't know if everybody, I know some, but maybe driving a car is not classified. Maybe learning how to defend perimeter security is not classified. Most of these are classified.
But that is a very easy test, because putting the classification on something, it's a very measurable thing. But when people ask me about the military training, I tell them that it's not the knowledge, because today you can learn anything online. Everything that I was teaching in the military, you can learn online. What you can't learn online is the methodology and the indoctrination of facing problems and solving them, and then gaining the experience and learning ideas that a nation state has, the way you operate your resources, and to come up with ideas that regular people who don't have these at their disposal can't even dream of. And then you go outside and you take that way of thinking with you. It's not just the ability to find vulnerabilities, because really that you can learn that by yourself.
But in Bar, once we are not talking, we agree that we are not talking about the codes that they take from Army and then they use when developing NSO tools, okay? So I'm I can use my knowledge and my experience that I acquired in my unit where I served. And in this case, actually, I really don't see a problem and the alternative. So the government can decide that all those people should never be released from Army.
Of course it can, it can decide something else. It can tell you...
And also can decide to pay salary for many, many years, and instead of let those people working for cyber.
Or it can let you sign a contract in the beginning that says, we are going to teach you all that on the condition that you don't abuse it according to our terms.
But
and that's a fair discussion.
Not abusing, I use my knowledge and experience.
Yeah, we're getting, I think, a little too far. If we go back to the basics, right now the situation is that, as Avi mentioned, it's a commercial enterprise. It's a private commercial enterprise that is allowed to operate without any scrutiny, without regulation, and essentially sell to whomever they deem ethical. They have their own ethics committees, but again, it's not a public company even. It's a private company.
But they're working
it's a business,
under
just a second, it's a
control.
business enterprise. Let's not talk about, again, this is a country where we have religious laws, all right? We don't have a separation between church and state. Let's not talk about ethics and law,
for
okay?
example, also operates under EU controls and US controls.
At the end of the day, it's a private company that decides to sell to whomever it wants and gets a rubber stamp from API, from whoever it is. I got one when I was close to that area, and getting a license to export.
It's easy? Yeah, that easy?
It's easier than getting a
I
driver's
think
license.
Avi doesn't agree.
I don't agree with a few things. First of all, you do not sell whatever you want, wherever you want. Maybe it's easy, maybe not. Maybe you should fix a monitoring issue. There are rules, there is law. You're not doing whatever you want. And I didn't say that.
I do it under the law.
Second thing, as I see it, today, Israel takes responsibility for licensing your product. They are licensing where you want to sell it. They even make you bring an end user certificate from the customer to make sure it gets to the right customer that you said so. But they are not involved in along the way. The customer, the countries that buy that, does not see the state of Israel on the other side. They see only a private country, a private company, I'm sorry. Whatever the company wants to get from the government, they get the license and back and forth. But the other country does not say no accountability by a country, only by a private, and you don't know what's a private salesman that said, and what did they promise, and what do they give. Because today it's only to make the V. I think and today, by the way, without doing real monitoring, because the monitoring is not real, they are killing the companies. The bureaucracy is so hard, they are killing the companies. So I think they should, on one hand, monitoring much more effectively and take responsibility for the product, who gets it and what to do with it. on the other side, help the companies by giving them less bureaucracy.
They're not really suffering from the bureaucracy.
There's no
Otherwise,
bureaucracy.
this wouldn't have been such a lucrative business that a certain company, which I swore not to say its name, got sold 3 times.
You have no idea what kind of bureaucracy they are handling.
sure
and
they
it doesn't
suffer.
mean they're not selling.
I was there.
I think
Before
that-
I closed that company
If
and,
I
and
think
got
that
it
there is
bankrupt,
a
I was there.
Big, and maybe huge change before 10 or 15 years ago, that I think that cyber was, you know, if you are willing to do it, you will go to the MOD and get the approval. You didn't have to do it. And today you have to do it. You have to follow strict rules, and you need to basically ask to show the product, to talk with the company, to the specific country, to the specific client, to get the end user license, the end user that is going to use it, and a lot of other approvals. So basically, if we're talking about something that happened maybe even 7 years ago, it's not what happened now. It's not the same.
So, having said all that, Inbar, what happened with NSO? What was the problem? Let's put it on
Just
tape.
a second. If we talked about NSO, we need to drink again.
I ran out. So first of all, please do the honors.
Novichok.
Спасибо. I think that, as I said at the beginning, I represent the ethics point of view. You can have different discussions. And there is a forum of one of the courses that I was teaching and wrote the curriculum to, and they have a bi-monthly meeting, and at one point, somebody offered to invite the CEO of that company, who must not be named. And we have a mailing list, and there was really, to my surprise, a very civilized discussion of pros and cons. And I expressed my opinion. I said, guys, I think it's an ethics problem. I think you guys learn to do very dangerous things, and right now this company has dubious reputation, and I don't think we should let that person speak here. And the discussion continued with the decision of letting him come and speak. So I decided I wouldn't attend. I'm an advocate, but I don't I don't act against. And 2 weeks later, we had the B-Sides conference, which I helped run. And as I was standing in line for food, a woman I'm not familiar with taps on my shoulder and says hello, and I say hi, and she says, hi, I'm whatever from that company. And I'm going to say what she said in the exact words, and I want you to notice. She says, we read what you wrote about, never mind, we think you have a bad impression of us, we'd like to invite you to a coffee. And to me, that felt like mob behavior. It's like, we read what you wrote about us. And I wrote it on a private email forum of a certain, alumni group. And she didn't say...
Private email forum? Really?
No, I understand...
there are 3 hackers in this table.
I understand
okay?
that there are alumni of that course working there. But a woman whom I've never met that comes to me and says, we've read what you wrote about us, that is intimidation. Didn't work though, but
I don't think it is an intimidation. I think first of all, there is no such thing as private forum on the internet, right? We all know about. And second of all, it's very clear to me that some of the people that you taught and took your amazing course, working for those kind of companies, and I can understand the frustration. I taught them to defend the country, and they are going to sell those things to a company. But when I think about those kind of things, I think that it's amazing that a company that receives criticism approach the people that are criticizing them and trying to talk with them and explain and even get the right criticism firsthand. It's amazing.
But it's not firsthand. Yeah. Because they could have sent that person on the mailing list that knows me, because I was their teacher, and they could have told me, hi, Inbal, I'd like to invite you to our company because we think we can convince you otherwise. Instead, it was like someone I've never met telling me,
chicken. He
we've
didn't
read.
want to do it. He's a chicken.
it's the little subtleties of how you do that.
I don't even, I mean, I got an invitation for coffee as well. It was never materialized, by the way, even after I accepted. It's besides the point. I think, again, if we're representing the ethical side, the fact of the matter is, as I said before, private company selling without scrutiny, without real scrutiny, to whoever it decides to sell to, coming in from a business, commercial incentive. At the end of the day, the ethics question to me, well, there's two. One, how do you allow it or how do you regulate it? And I think we're all under the understanding that it's not happening because there are higher forces that have...
I do not agree about ethics, and I do not agree about...
Wait. Let me get to the... So that's one part of the ethics question. Again, laws and regulations, that's one side. The other side is really the industry side, let's call it. And I think that's where Inbire and I are in violent agreement, which is, for me, as a professional, in my perspective, a person that decided knowingly to work for a company with this kind of reputation has chosen a certain ethical side. And as far as I'm concerned, to me this represents a certain position in information security. For me, information security is based on trust. And again, I'm a hacker. I used to run red teams. I worked with the military, with government organizations. I currently work with defense, still work in consulting. There is a very clear ethical line. And whomever decides to cross that ethical line is a simple industry decision to basically shun them out of the industry and keep them operating within those private enterprises that can do whatever they want.
But who put you the one that decides that this is ethics?
Me?
This is your ethics.
Yeah, that's my ethics.
Is a little different.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying.
This is one thing. And the other
that's
thing
what I'm doing.
Is that, you put two major things. One is that you are carrying the ethics side. I think that I'm carrying the ethics side because my systems that were developed help to catch the bad guys, help to catch terrorists, help to catch organized crime, and
what else did it help?
Okay. Avi?
I believe, Iftar, that if I would ask you if I would have gone working for a company that develops suicide drones and sell them under supervision to countries, armies around the world, I think you would have said the same thing about the ethics. So it's not about the cyber,
but
it's about selling
personal.
Weapons.
Ethics are personal, and while I completely agree with Iftar's position, I said earlier that I'm more of an advocate than an actor. What I do is in my limited area, and I have friends, I love to work with them, but I find it very hard. Like Iftar says, it's a matter of trusting not just the person, because I don't think they're liars or something. It's trusting the way they make decisions. And we want to share the values.
Let me just, in order to conclude, a quick round, really quick, of is anything going to change dramatically in this, or are we going to see more and more sales of this and distribution around the world? Let's do a quick one. How do you think it's going to continue?
I hope that nothing will change in terms of products and solutions, and I hope that Israel will lead this domain, and we will provide this solution to all around the world. I do agree with Avi that we have to be sure that we have good control coming from government, and it's very important that the government verify that all those solutions going to governmental, legit law enforcement agencies. And if you ask about NSO as representing this decision, I think that NSO, actually the people mixed between the usage and product, and instead of going and asking some very hard question to users, they ask those questions from product maker. And I think that once people understand how to separate it for all other companies, all other players, it would be very clear and understood for everybody how to deal with it.
Okay, Inbar, quick, any change? You foresee any change?
I don't think the ethics are going to change because it's a matter of personal values, and I think finance and politics kind of dictate it. But as there is more and more scrutiny, whether it's the civilian researchers that expose and other details coming to light, I think there will be some shift, I hope.
Absolutely no change is going to happen. I do hope that Israel will manage, just like it did with the crypto and the forex and the porn industries and the adware industries that used to represent Israel as kind of the bad guy in that cyber arena. That's also going to happen with offensive cyber.
Right. There used to be a moderator on American television, McLaughlin. He used to have this politics panel, and he would say, "You are right." Yes, Avi.
Very shortly, there is a very, very big wave in the world of human trafficking, arms trafficking, drugs trafficking, terror, corruption, money laundering. So the need is growing for countermeasures and intelligence is growing very rapidly. And there will be no void. So not only is the state going to stay the same, it's going to grow, but it's going to change. It's going to grow, but it's going to change.
Guy, final word?
I think that the world has already changed about it. I think that you see all those articles about NSO. We've just seen today about Kandiru, which is another company here in Israel. Very good. You know, all of them are leading the way in the intelligence industries. And I think that there is already a change. I don't approve this change. I think that this change can really make a problem for the law enforcement agencies to fight the really bad things like Avi just mentioned. So this change has already happened, and I'm not sure that it's a good change.
Okay, thank you very much for the lively debate, and you've made my work easy.
Cyber.
And cheers and l'chaim. Okay. In a couple of minutes, we'll move to Homeland Security. Stay with us. Thank you. That was a very interesting discussion.
Thank you so much.
Our next topic will be modern era border security. The concept of this, you are invited to come into the conference room. הנושא הבא שלנו, נאמר בעברית, יהיה גדרות, גבולות וטכנולוגיה. אתם מוזמנים להיכנס לאולם הוועידה, ל-conference hall, will begin shortly. הקהל, בדיוק. כן, הם פותחים את המיקרופון מרחוק, לא צריך ללחוץ. בוא. הכל מסודר מראש. I think this is already done. It's a long story. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning to those who are coming back from yesterday, those who are here today, and those who are watching online live around the world. So we are going to talk now about the modern era border security. It's somewhat a blurred concept, and we'll start by introducing our members, and then we'll ask some basic questions maybe that we should ask, like what is a border these days? So first, Eran Bluestein, a couple words about yourself and your company.
My name is Eran Bluestein. I'm the Director of Business Development for Opal Electronic Industries. We're a company in the north of Israel. We've been dealing with thermal imaging for security, HLS defense for nearly 40 years now. A very wide portfolio in all the security, both short range, long range. And I think we've experienced different types of border projects all around the world for a few decades now.
Right. David Zur, I should say Major General, formerly from Israeli Police and Border Control. A couple words about your background.
I grew up at the counter-terrorist unit, Yamam. I commanded that unit for 4 years, and then on the ranks in the police, one of my general positions was the general for the border guard police. My last position, the chief of police of Tel Aviv district. I ran also to the parliament. I was a parliament member for 2 years. And between that and I am running my company as a consulting company for large sport events and border security and counterterrorism for governments.
And thank you for coming this morning. Sharon?
Yes, I work in Magal. I'm the chief architect. Personally, I've been in the field for more than 30 years, designing and consulting for HLS. Magal itself has been working since 1969, protecting borders all around the world, specifically in Israel. 90% of the borders are protected by Magal's technologies.
Right. Magal, one of the oldest in the business here in Israel. Right. And Noam Donenfeld from ELTA IAI.
Hi, my name is Noam Donenfeld. I've been in ELTA for the last 15 years, doing HLS business development. We did numerous projects for land borders and coastal surveillance, as well as perimeter protection. And actually, all our radars are in the borders of Israel, both the coastal radars and the ground surveillance radars.
And last but not least, Avi Arif, the conference chairman, iHLS, of course. Avi?
When I was in the military about 20 years ago, 2000, 2001, I was part of the Israeli drawback from Lebanon and building the first smart border on the Israel borders with Lebanon, which was later copied or pasted around the world, around Israel with Syria, Egypt, and so on. So I've been in the business of border protection for the last 20 years around the world, consulting and making mega projects around the world.
Okay. So, as I said, let's start with some basics. What is a border, actually, these days, when we say a border? Eran, let's start with you.
A national border basically is any differentiation between the political government of one country to another. It's very simple. You see it on maps. And Obviously, some countries have more challenging borders. Israel actually has except for maybe the Palestinian territories, at least our external borders are pretty well defined.
Yeah.
It gets a bit more complex internally. But today, obviously, passing those borders becomes a lot more amorphic when it comes to how somebody actually passes those borders. It could be by cyber, like your previous panel, or it could be physically. Or it could be by shipping any type of substance or item that could be harmful and needs to be detected when transferring those borders.
So, David, is there a border between two countries and governments here, as he mentioned?
Yes, Ran mentioned, maybe because we're trying to duplicate maybe the situation and the solutions in Israel to other places. But let's face it, Israel is a complicated border situation, and we divide it to hostile borders with enemies and open borders with like a peace border. Maybe I'll give just an example from my career. Actually, I was appointed as the general for the border guard police, and the prime minister at that time, Ariel Sharon, decided that we will take over the responsibility for the west border with Egypt. At that time, there was no fence. So we try to look for the solutions that we need, because without fence, it's kind of a peace. Also, we have the peace agreement with Egypt, and all the agreements not to use excessive force in coming the smuggler from there, the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, whatever, a lot of things. So we set with also, besides of using the intelligence or the obvious technology which we use there, we try to sit with the tribes to understand the mechanism. And the head of the tribe, actually, one of the meetings with the coffee, said, look, the British were here, the Turk was here, the Arabs were here, and you are here now, and we have family on the other side. So who's the one there to decide that we can't cross, because we're crossing for hundreds of years. So for them, the border that we're putting, it's not something which is obvious. So to obey to this kind of a border makes it much more complicated. And if we take it to Africa, there is no fence in Africa. There is resistance to that. All the presidents are against it. So it's making it much more challenging how to create security in the border, but on the other hand, to let the border to breathe, that the people can live there.
Okay, so let's take that, Noam. And how do you make a non-border with technology?
So ever since the time where borders were borders, there were no fences, and people can go from one country to another or one area to another. And as David mentioned, with both sides of the borders, most of the times are similar tribes which have connections, either commercial connections and even family connections with each other, and you have to actually implement the right solution for the right problem. So the first thing you have to do is actually to define what kind of situation you go into a specific border which you want to implement some solution. And based on that definition, you can build up ConOps for such a solution and come up with the right implementation for a border solution, whether it's fence-wise, physical border, whether it's electronic border, or it's surveillance of other kinds, and also implement some sophisticated add-ons to monitor this border.
So let's talk sophisticated. Sharon, give me some examples of technologies that control borders like that.
So there are two types of risks that you have to handle. There's the high risk, where you need some kind of sensors or barrier, whether it's man-made or physical. But in terms of sensors, let's take soft borders, the ones without fences, where the risk is relatively low. And usually these borders have crossings that are known. They're border crossings. They're the roads where people travel. Now, next to them, there are forests, and in the forest, nobody's supposed to travel. Also, not all sensors are available and can work in such environments. So let's take an example of a system that works over cellular detection. So if we take into consideration or assumption that people that migrate illegally, they're not a threat. They have cell phones. They want to communicate with their family, between each other. And if we detect random cellular phones coming together and then walking across certain areas, that warrants some kind of investigation. This is one way. First is for a forest. Let's say we have a different scenario where we have waterways. So they're fishermen. Usually this fisherman, he goes out with a crew of 3 to do his business, and he goes out for 3 days. More than that, the fish will be spoiled. Now, using intelligence, you detect that he's buying food for 2 weeks and enough to feed 20 people. Now you need to go and investigate. And that's using different thoughts and different sensors than what we usually do.
So it's much more than what we might think is just a fence, and how do we keep the fence with cameras and stuff like that. It's a whole envelope of intelligence, actually.
Exactly. Fences, as well as natural phenomena like mountains or gorges or whatever, are used in high-risk areas where you need to stop something from happening. Like it was explained before, there's a terror problem, you need to create a barrier. But in Europe, they won't put up fences, mostly, except maybe in the exterior areas where they have problems. So we need to think out of the box.
Okay, Iran, talk to me more about some technologies that you can talk about.
We focus more on the surveillance aspect of it. That's what we know how to do. But I definitely agree with Sharon that today the solution requires a lot more capabilities, both on the technological level and on the training of the operators, the officers, and even the decision makers on how to actually talk about those borders. Let's assume that the government wants to know when someone is crossing that border, or to stop him in general and then decide if he should or should not cross that border. So there's many ways to do that. If we're talking today, and I'm thinking a lot about the southern border that you mentioned before, Tzul, because as a reserve soldier, I've been serving there for 20 years. So I remember how it was 10 years ago and before that every single footprint on the border, the whole unit would be out on the sector looking for whoever it was. Most of the time it was illegal immigrants. But we had to address the potential that it could be either terrorists, or one of the things that happens there a lot, drug dealers. Because of the problems you also described regarding the Bedouin tribes, which were split in half when the border was there. Then suddenly the fences came up and the surveillance went better. And today the soldiers there are more like quick response teams, which are basically sent to the location where there is some type of, or even before that person crosses the border or even reaches the border, we already know that he's going to be there, and we can make sure that somebody is there to intercept them. And that changes the whole way that whole sector is managed. Right. And that's allowed with technology.
Actually, just to continue from that, maybe just to assume it, that we have to look at it as 4 pillars, main 4 pillars, which create a good border. One is what you said just now. I mean, all the surveillance, the intelligence array, to intercept and to prevent from coming to the border, or once they come, so we can act against them. The second one is the physical barrier. It can be fence, where it can be, or it can be other kind of barriers, sensors, etc., to deter. And the third one is the reacting units, because it's one of the chief in South Africa told me once, we tried to tell her about camera, sensors, etc., and she said, okay, but I never saw a camera which caught a thief, and she's right. I mean, we have to have very good troopers on the ground, very well trained, and to act quickly in real time. And the fourth pillar is the command control, because all of these sensors and troopers and everything have to be very well controlled by one command and control center, and because borders are also with a lot of civilian units, like customs, like immigration, police, etc. It's not only, especially on the places which there is a, so those four pillars have to be strong, and each one of them can't be only the good one. I mean, as we know, the strength of a chain is looking for the weak one.
Avi, here in Israel, we have a very delicate situation with borders, and we are also confronting all kinds of risks, whether it's smugglers in the south, and maybe terrorists, and maybe migrant workers, the whole thing. So it was just natural for this kind of industry to grow up here in Israel?
First of all, the answer is yes, because there is a need, there is innovation. You combine those two and you have a solution. But when we're looking outside of Israel, from my experience, there almost are no two borders which are alike. Terrain, risk, threats, requirements of the border, and so on. So the way of handling borders, by the way, in Israel and mostly around the world, is by building having some kind of technology building blocks. So you have the capabilities, and I'm sure so we can tell you more. You have the concept of how to protect this kind of a border and what is required from the border, and then you tailor your building blocks to that. Remember, it's a holistic solution. Because if what you take, you have a border and your mission is to close it, and then you know that everybody is coming from the other side, so it's something which is more holistic than looking at a specific, well-defined problem, but you have to look at it in a national point of view. Some countries, most of their economy is built on drug trafficking. So they tell you they want border protection, but it will kill their economy, and they know it. So it's a very delicate matter.
Right. So how do you approach it, Noam? I'm going to ask you. How do you, make this suit to suit the border?
As I mentioned, to actually suit up each border according to its requirements and needs, and no two borders are alike in Israel, and especially around the world. If you travel around the world, in South America or in Europe, in the outskirts of Europe, no borders are the same. And actually the reconnaissance and the surveillance equipment is not the same because the terrain and the vegetation, for example, is different. So some areas are obscured by vegetation or mountains or other obstacles, and some areas are very, very open, and you can actually monitor them with few surveillance equipment. I would also like to address the use of autonomous measures like other vehicles, RGVs, and drones to monitor this area. This can actually enhance the solution greatly and reduce a lot of manpower, both in the reconnaissance and intelligence aspect, and even in the interception point all the way. Of course, interception has to have a man in the loop. You don't want to shoot anybody autonomously.
Right. Right. We'll talk about that. Yes, David.
Jacob, maybe I just wanted to raise one point. We had this dilemma a lot here in Israel, but it's not only here. I mean, it's something which we have a lot of experience. And it's maybe connected to the last session you had here. There is a conflict between the privacy and the need to control and to have it. So we have to look how we create the incentive to make a good checkpoints, which, yeah, you have to put your details inside and you have to be in the whitelist. But somebody who doesn't have to hide nothing and he would just want to cross the border because he needs to work in the other side. So it's a huge incentive, and it's economy. I mean, it's by encouraging that, we can create borders which are really efficient. And not only, so we saw it in the borders with the Palestinians, we saw it in other borders that, even with Egypt, that once you have the biometric passport or biometric IDs, you can cross. So there's a lot of companies here in Israel and outside which actually are very active on that. Once you do that, you can kind of eliminate like 80% of the problem, because most of them will go by those checkpoints, and then you have to deal with the bad guys. But the whitelist can be...
right. Sharon, these are huge projects. You're not a, a software company. You go to borders where you have sometimes hundreds of kilometers, and you need to provide a solution. How do you go about this kind of projects? Give us some perspective on that.
So first of all, after contacting the customer, you have to do a site visit and a risk assessment. You have to understand the customer's pain points. You have to understand what he perceives as his problems. Then you have to make a study and to understand what is really going on. This takes time. It's with this information, you understand things that sometimes the customer himself doesn't understand. Once you've done that, you survey his terrain to understand how difficult it will be to implement. I'll give you an example. Some countries have high mountain areas, very difficult to overcome. Now, instead of installing sensors all over the place, which will be very costly for implementation, as well as later on for maintenance, you can understand where the necessary passageways are and do the detection along these necessary passageways. And then use systems like rovers or drones or UAVs or tactical balloons to patrol the other areas, because at the end of the day, it takes time to cross this mountain area. And patrols can detect people more than one. If it's one, it's low profile, it's different tactics. I said everything depends on risks, but if it's more than one, then it's easy to detect them along the way. Otherwise, they'll come to a necessary passage where you will deal with them. And of course, the reaction team needs to be as mobile as the solution. So if you have a vast area of mountains, you need the reaction team to be mobile just as your sensors, some kind of airborne reaction team or something like that.
Mm-hmm. But by the way, do you work with local contractors to do work on the ground?
Well, Magal usually use local, it's called local content. We divide the work between what we do, the integration, and supplying the sensors, and we use local content to do the physical installations.
All right.
I think that it really depends often where you actually approach the project, okay? If we're lucky enough to approach at the conceptual stage where we can really get there with the stage where they're actually planning what they want to do, you discover very interesting things. First of all, many of the countries don't really know what they want, okay? You come to a place where they're trying...
They want people to keep out.
Oh, yeah, they know that part, but they won't, they might be telling you about things that they saw in other places, and they'll decide that they have to have this type of camera, or this type of optic, or this type of solution, which, as basically Sharon said, is not always the right solution for their location. It doesn't always meet their budget as well. Okay, and because we're talking about very high-profile projects, which are also very, very expensive, many of them want to see. They want to see the system before it works, and they usually don't want to invest in it before that happens, which is always sometimes a bit of a challenge, because as we can see, there are so many border projects that are going up in Eastern Europe, in Korea, in other places, in Africa, and everybody wants very, very advanced technology. The ability of a manufacturer to be there the next day, especially in Corona era, but and basically demonstrate a a unit, which the manufacturer may have only a handful of these units that are running around the world and demoing to customers, isn't always very easy. One of the things I'm seeing now in tenders is that they're starting to say, we don't actually have to see the camera, but we want you to send us the videos. We want you to send us obviously the specs are always part of it, but we'll give a prize winner based on the videos that we can see there. And then you have the whole ecosystem of companies like ourselves, like ELTA and with Magal, that are trying to team up for these tenders together in order to provide a full solution.
Yeah, so how do you integrate with each other? I'm curious.
We have actually a project together with Magal somewhere in the world, which I'm not going to disclose here, but we work together. So we, as an integrated system, we go with different sensors and produce a complete project together with different vendors. Either it's in-house or outside II, and of course we use local contractors for the infrastructure.
And these are very sophisticated technologies. What about training people on the ground there at the borders?
Beg pardon?
I'm talking about training the staff on the borders.
Of course, part of the implementation phase is training, and sometimes there's mentoring, even for the first stage, in the command and control center, especially for actually using the system, because you have to understand these. You come into a virgin country with any other than a command car patrol, and then you come in with all this technology. That part of the training is very important. If you don't train, nobody will use the system correctly,
right,
and they'll just render it useless.
David, I know you're going to tell me there's no 100% sealed border, but are we getting closer?
In our borders? Or
let's start with that. Yeah.
Let's say it's a matter of. I'll come to that, but just to accomplish something, because today the challenge is that most of the countries want not a specific technology, they want a solution. They want some integrated solution which can bring everything: the intelligence, the sensors, the training troopers, etc. So it comes to your question. If we can do by the budget, which is because there's always limit budget, and the challenge is how to create a good solution from a budget which is given to this kind of a project, and not the opposite. I mean, because you can put layers of technology, and you come to the client, to the government here, and you say, okay, this is what we need to do. I think in our borders, the main challenge is the first one, and it's a political issue: create them. Actually, from 48, we don't have any borders. So we're still struggling for our borders. So once we know the borders, we can put the layers, because we have all the professional people, the security people, and also the technology companies to create secure borders. I can say that the border with Jordan, let's say, it's a very good border. Although, I must say, some of the criminals that we see now, the weapon in the Arab society in the country is coming from that border. And, but we have a very good cooperation from the other side, because the Jordanians are very good military, very disciplined, and we have a very good cooperation. With the Egyptian, the cooperation also is improving very dramatically, because they have incentive to protect their border from the other side. And once the two sides have the same incentive and they're cooperating, so we can reach to a good point. Fortunately, we don't have it in the other borders, but they are quiet because there is a deterrence. If we're getting out from Israel and looking on the other places, mainly there are no good cooperation, not because they are hostile to each other, because they don't have any system for that. They want their borders to be open. So human trafficking is a huge issue. We're seeing what's happening now in the east border with Belarus, with Poland, and so they're using even some kind of political, international political meanings for the illegal immigrants or the refugees, how do you call them? So this is a huge, huge challenge, which is, I think, the European community now is investing only in Greece $70 billion on improving the infrastructure, etc., but also the border security because the movement of illegal immigrants, refugees coming to Europe.
So we have illegal immigrants, we have smugglers. What else do we have? What other risks across borders?
Terrorists, of course. Let's start with that. I think that's the number one threat that you have in borders. But you have to assume that, and once again, I keep thinking back towards the Egyptian border, which I've spent so many nights on. You have to assume that any potential, any smuggler is also a potential terrorist. Or any immigrant is a potential terrorist, which is why it's always a high-profile event which happens. And since the sand clock project, which was all the improvement of the border there happened, nobody's been crossing that border. But the smugglers have upgraded themselves as well. First of all, they're a lot better armed on the Egyptian side, and they will go to their cousins on the Israeli side, basically throw their bags over the border. They look like little dwarves on the thermal cameras, and they throw the bags over the border. And on the other side, they'll be waiting for them, and they'll be driving into the dunes with lightweight vehicles, which the military can't follow with its heavier vehicles. And it's always a big question, is this something that the military should be doing, or is this a question for the police? And then goes to the political questions. What happens if we stop the smuggle trade in the south? Are they going to turn to start transferring weapons and terrorist activity? It's a big question.
It's a very good question, I don't understand why I didn't spoke about it before. Because I must say that Prime Minister Sharon understood that point very, very well. And I'm not, I mean, we have the great military forces, and I'm not saying nothing against it. But those borders, especially the peace borders, are being held by reserve, mostly. And they're very small units. So let's take a case. When somebody is smuggling, I don't know, hundreds of marijuana, okay, and it's real cases. So the military is holding them. So the guy which came to reserve for 2 weeks, he needs to fill a report, take it to the Dimona police station, which in a good shift, there are 2.5 police officers, and if they are nice to him, they will get him in 5-6 hours.
It's an hour-and-a-half drive.
Exactly. And then he have to come 3 months after to the court to testify because he's holding so it won't happen.
I know where this is getting to. He's just going to smoke it and that's it, right?
That's it. So it won't happen. So he prefer to hold them, to take so when the police officers are coming there, the border guard police, now it changed because they put those units which Caracal and Arava, etc. But again, it's a police issue on those kind of borders. In Lebanon, Syria, it have to stay like...
I just want to answer what you said there, and it actually goes into something that Noam said before. Disruption is a method that's often used on that border because interception is a lot harder because, as I said, they're more agile and quicker than the forces there. And also, you can't shoot on Israeli citizens, and it's not wise to shoot on Egyptian citizens either. So one of the things that it always happens there, it's kind of a cat and a mouse game. The idea is, if we talked about the fact that the drone can't stop somebody from infiltrating the border, but it can try and send him through somewhere else. The moment he realizes that he's being watched, there's an entity there, he might disrupt his activity and buy another couple days till he tries it through another place. So that's where the technology, the surveillance comes in. The idea that we know what's there helps us make the decision about what to do.
Right. Gentlemen, I think we're running out of time. I thank you very much, all of you, and we are all going to take a break. We have an hour break to enjoy the exhibition, maybe grab something to eat. Thank you very much. See you in an hour. הישראלי, וזה יתחיל ממש בעוד זמן קצר. You are welcome to join us at the conference hall, right next to the IAI booth. We'll begin shortly with the Israel's Foreign Ministry panel. Viewers, as we are online live to the rest of the world from Tel Aviv. So this is now the Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs panel, in which we will discuss specifically the security and dual technologies as solutions for climate crisis, climate change. What's more relevant than this? We'll start with you, Shai Cohen. You'll be the, let's call it chairperson of this session. You're a special envoy for defense and cyber exports and cooperation in the Israeli foreign minister. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yaakov. We are very pleased to be here today and to be able to present our goals as for the climate changes that we have chosen as a leading subject for our panel. So over the past few years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has started to play a more significant role in promoting defense and cyber cooperation and exports. This is my position, which is a new position in the ministry, in order to enhance that and to work together with Ministry of Defense, other entities, but especially also with the Israeli industrial, defense industrial and security industrial milieu. We chose to discuss the needs and opportunities encompassed in the Israeli technological field in general and in the defense and security industry in particular for dealing with emergency situations and disasters that stem from climate changes. The world's endeavors towards climate innovation, climate tech, allocates Israel in a very challenging position. My colleagues Gideon and Tamar will later elaborate more specifically, drilling down into what is climate change, what it means, and also what are the technological possible solutions that we can talk about. But I would like to know that while climate changes have become global and crucial, and as they create emergency situations around the world, we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have decided to prioritize this issue, and that is in the framework of our foreign relations and its goals for the next years to come. One of the ways to contribute to world efforts is managing climate change's negative influences. Negative influences, for instance, floods, fires, desertification, drought, etc. I'm not talking about the prevention of the climate changes, the emission of carbon dioxide and all that. This is another issue. We want to focus today on the solutions that the Israeli technological and industrial milieu can provide worldwide in how to prevent or maybe dealing better with the emergencies where they occur and when they happen. The disastrous outcomes are what's important for this panel to discuss. I want to note also that in Israel, the defense industrial community invests around 10% in the big ones, maybe even more, 12%, less in the smaller industries, in R&D, research and development. That means that we have billions of dollars only in the defense industrial community invested in R&D. R&D, I mean advanced technological solutions for everything. But even if we take a simple issue like drones, which is very strong in the Israeli defense community, and you take for account the fire in Jerusalem a couple of months ago, where drones of the big industry Elbit took part in monitoring the fires and thus assisting the fire personnel to take care of the fires before advancing to the populated areas or populated communities. That was the first time that such defense technology, so-called, like drones, was used for dealing with climate emergency situation. So this is my contribution. I would be glad to elaborate further on, if you like, on how we do and how we cooperate.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much. To my right, Ambassador Gidon Behar, Special Envoy for Climate Change. I'm not sure many Israelis know that there is such an envoy, so tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Yaakov. Indeed, this is a position that exists at the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs already for 4 years. I'm responsible for climate change and sustainability within the ministry for the last 2 years. And I must tell you that, in my opinion, this is the most fascinating post at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I think that it is one of the most important one internationally today. There are similar people doing the same job like me in other countries in the world. Everyone knows Kerry, Special Envoy for Climate Change of America, but there are similar also in Russia, China, Germany, the European Union and others. And my responsibility is to inject the aspects of climate change and sustainability into the foreign policy of the State of Israel, but also to bring into Israel what's going on in the outside world, and to tell them and to tell us, guys, look, climate change is becoming a huge issue. Climate change is also a possibility. Climate change is a huge possibility for Israel, for our export, for our economy, etc. And this is what we can do. Now, when we are talking about HLS, or Homeland Security and security in general, believe me, there is a direct connection between climate change and security. Because climate change is considered a threat multiplier in the world. It multiplies, it strengthens already existing security situation. It strengthens the risks that exist, and the connection is there. And I truly think that Israel has a lot to offer to the world in terms of practical solution, because what the world wants today is practical solutions to the climate change. And the world is short of practical solutions. And this small state, the State of Israel, has immense variety of solutions in every way possible that we think about. And also, in the context of this conference of cyber or homeland security, there is a lot to do, and believe me, the more the situation deteriorates, sorry to say that, the more there are options or opportunities. But the opportunities also come in the field of prevention, in the field of detection, in the field of forecasting the future, but also in the field of managing a crisis with artificial intelligence, with other methods, with drones, like what was Shai referring before. So I do believe that Israeli companies and startups can really benefit a lot in this field, and there are huge opportunities that are making themselves available and present by the day. Every day that we speak, there are more and more Israeli companies in the field, and more possibilities, so I'll stop here.
Yeah, we'll talk about the technologies a bit later. Dr. Tamar Moiz, Planetech, right? Israel Innovation Institute, tell us about it.
Okay, so first of all, thank you. Thank you, Yaakov. Thank you, panel members. Thank you, everybody who's here. It's a pleasure to be here and participate. I head the climate programs at Planetech. Planetech is an innovation community. We bring together stakeholders of various types, entrepreneurs, startups, investors, corporates, government bodies. Basically, together we act in order to accelerate development and implementation of climate technologies. And I'd just like to give a little background on what climate technologies really are. So when we're talking about climate tech, we're talking about all those technologies that can help in mitigation, in reducing emission of greenhouse gas emissions from every aspect of our daily life. And also, I was spoken about here, also technologies that can help us adapt to climate change. And adaptation is both short-term and long-term. It can be acute for extreme weather events. It can also be long-term in seasonal changes, different night and day temperatures that can affect the food supply chain. So there's also technologies to build resilience, both to communities, supply chains, infrastructure, and obviously on a national level as well. Regarding what we have as far as the Israeli climate tech scene, as Ambassador Michal noted, we have a thriving innovation system in Israel, also for climate techs. At Planetech, we have recently mapped the Israeli climate tech system, ecosystem, together with the Israel Innovation Authority, a government body. Basically, we mapped it according to climate challenges, the same challenges for which we need solutions. These cover the area of the built environment, but not just energy and transport, which we know so well as climate technologies, but really looking at everything on our everyday life. Materials that we make, what they're made from, how they're recycled, manufacturing processes, drying filtrations. There's so many ways in which emissions can be reduced. So we look at 4 challenge areas: the built area, manufacturing, obviously looking at nature, how we can conserve nature, how we can preserve nature, how nature can be a carbon sink. And we basically mapped the ecosystem to see where the Israeli companies, where we are with our tech. And as was said here, we have over 600 startup and growth companies that are focused and targeting climate challenges. They make up, they're growing in number. They comprise, in 2020, 10% of all the founding startups that were founded in that year. So as was said here, we have a thriving community. It's built on technologies, which we have here, partly our challenges. Look at the challenges. We don't look for technologies, because technologies such as AI, sensors, and many more that we can talk about, some of them that come from the defense industry, can answer and give a response to many of these climate challenges. So that's sort of what we do at Planetech, is share knowledge, bring together, connect, have pilot programs, implementation in order to accelerate the growth of Israeli startups and the ecosystem in the whole.
Great. Now, can you give me some examples of real technologies, practical technologies that can be used in order to tackle this climate change? It's a huge thing. Can you, do you have in mind, Ambassador, any technologies that you know of that Israel can specifically help?
In general speaking, in climate change, there are hundreds of examples, if not thousands of technologies, which are already on the table. I just have read or seen a film by a company called iHLS that releases or plans to release balloons into the air in order to sequester carbon and bring it down to Earth. There are many other companies like dealing in the field of energy storage, like Homeland, which store energy in compressed air. They use solar energy, for instance, during daytime in order to press air and put it, store it underground, and then in nighttime release it and to produce energy. Another one is EcoWave, which produces energy from seaways, or Electron, which is electric rod, and there are really many fascinating things. I just seen today another company which I wasn't aware of, Groundwork, which produces fungi in order to ameliorate the farming, and by that way that you ameliorate farming and you ameliorate the ground can sequester much more carbon. And this is a potential, because we live in a world that will consider carbon capture as a kind of currency very soon. And there is a very large world mechanism of carbon trading and carbon credits, and this is currency, this worth money. So companies that will be able to sequester, to capture carbon and store it and show it to the world, they have another benefit. So, for instance, if you are a farmer and in addition to growing avocados, you may show that your Grove has already sequestered that and that tons of CO2, you will earn more. But also in the field of what we are talking about, of homeland security, there is a lot to do. And most of the technologies are already there. They are just simple homeland security technologies that can be adapted to the new situations.
So let's understand how. You said before that climate change is related to homeland security. In what way?
Well, if you see what's going on in the world, the number of climate-induced disasters is on the rise dramatically. We know it. We see it in graphs. We can measure it, and we know, and it keeps going up. There are more disasters related to climate and weather, like flooding, like fires, sandstorms, storms, heat waves, drought, etc. All of this creates extra pressure on security for countries, securities for municipalities, security for states or for regions, and they need to address it. They must have more tools in order to deal with it. So Shai, my colleague, has mentioned before the use of drones in order to control fires, but you can do it also in order to control floods, or you can use other technologies to detect and forecast floodings and prevent them. So indeed, there are many possibilities here.
Yeah, Shai, you wanted to say something?
I would like to give maybe two examples. Radars, which are used normally for aviation, but in Israel, the defense industries are developing ELTA, for instance, the IAI, but others as well. Very capable radars. Radars today can be diverted to monitor weather changes, climate changes. Another example is we have assisted recently a company that wants to export its merchandise to Europe in order to be able to, in advance, alert cellular phones of relevant people on a disaster that is about to arrive. For example, if you have a flooding in Germany, we had a few examples of devastating floodings a few months ago. The alerts to the cellular phones of the relevant people, not only the inhabitants, but also the security forces, might be very crucial for being able to manage the emergency situation. But I want to say something also generally speaking. Well, Gideon maybe insinuated to that before, and that is that today climate change's influences, i.e. The disasters that we're talking about, have or are becoming actually national security issues. Today, nation states have to deal with a flooding or a fire or storms in the same way or not, or even stronger than it deals with a war or battles on the borderline. And many of the Israeli defense technologies are relevant also for that. We have only to think positively and constructively of how to introduce those or adapt those into the needs that stem from the climate changes.
Mm-hmm. So Tamar, we also saw Prime Minister Bennett on the stage at Glasgow, actually, almost promising the world that Israel will save the day with its technologies. So are we really that advanced and leaders in this field?
So first of all, I would say that we definitely are leaders as far as the skill sets, the capability, and I think part of what we're doing at Planetech is also amplifying the existing system. And again, I think we are seeing this increasing growth year on year, going from 2% of all startup companies in 2014, 10% today. So we have an existing community which we want to amplify. And definitely there's all the skill sets here that we wish to take and help people do this pivot. And I think that was what was spoken about here, was taking technologies which are, say, used for a specific application, or taking capabilities and skill sets, and pivoting them to a different use in order to answer a climate challenge. And I'd also like to give sort of a few more examples of speaking here about drones and image recognition. So with regard to aid mobilization, which was already discussed, another few words, and then I'll go on to a few other sort of concepts and climate challenges. So for aid mobilization, as was discussed, we have Israeli companies, Tomorrow.io, that are sending out their own radars. Again, radars, as was mentioned, radars are particularly good for precipitation, and they have a weather forecasting system, a near-time weather forecasting system, which has already helped around the globe. So this is already Israeli tech helping globally. Predictions around hurricanes on the East Coast in the States, and really helping by having high resolution, near-time and real-time forecasting. You can know what is happening, you know who to alert, you know how to alert, you know where to put your resources, because you can't put your flood barriers over all the area, and they have very high resolution through the technologies that they've developed. So this is sort of one example of near real-time weather prediction. Again, everything we know about unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, mini drones, these can all be used also for Earth observations, not just for acute extreme weather events, but also to look at remote areas, to look at forestry, to see, we're talking about forestry being one of the promising efforts for sequestration. We want to preserve our rainforests. We can't access many of them. So using drones and imagery is a way to follow, see what is happening, to make observations on land area, to make observations over the oceans. The oceans is another climate challenge. How do we have a sustainable blue economy? We're talking about aerial vehicles, but we also have, I think, coming out of the defense industry, we have aquatic unmanned vehicles and robotics. These are technologies that can support and can help wind turbines that are being set off onshore and need unmanned help. So there are so many aspects where the technology can be brought in. Another aspect, also talking about resilience, and this is relating to the food supply chain, is the whole field which Israel is a world leader. You spoke about being a world leader. We are a world leader in precision agriculture. And in precision agriculture, companies are using a variety of imaging techniques, sensors, data analysis, image analysis, to reduce the inputs that we put into growing whatever crop it is. Those inputs all have a carbon footprint. To increase the yields, which means for the same inputs we're getting far more food, increasing food security. And by doing so, we're reducing the land footprint. We're preserving our forests and making sure we don't have expansion of land. And these are technologies, both the imaging, both the unmanned vehicles, the satellites, that have come straight out, amongst others, also from the defense industry. So yes, we're a leader in precision agriculture. We are a leader in alternative proteins. We know that livestock and animal-based proteins are a big source of emissions, both from fermentation, from the manure. As a climate challenge, the challenge is how can we feed the world nutritiously with proteins without such excessive emissions? As part of the report that I mentioned before that we did with the Israeli Innovation Authority, we actually used an Israeli company who works with AI, looking at data from all over the world, trying to pick out and analyze what are the leading fields that Israel is already a leader in, one of them being precision agriculture, another one being cultured meat. Israel is a world leader in cultivated meat. This is lab-grown meat, together with other dairy products and other lab-grown products, but specifically in cellular meat. So this is as a replacement if and when and hopefully and shortly will be scaled up and can be used as an alternative to livestock. So this is definitely Israel is leading. And of course, also with regard to the effects of drought, which was mentioned before, Israel is a world leader in irrigation and desalination. And I think desalination is a wonderful example of some of the clashes that can sometimes happen and why we need even more innovation between reducing emissions and adaptation. We know that the world is suffering from water shortage, desalination, which is only going to get worse with the climate crisis. By desalination, we can increase the supply of water to people all around the world. So this is amazing. At the same time, it also uses a lot of energy. So we need the technological developments to continue to have more innovation, that we should use renewables, and also to have, as we said, challenges of processes and manufacturing so the process itself can be less energy intensive. So yes, these are some of the fields in which Israel is already a
So
leader.
maybe Israel will save the world. Mr. Ambassador, as you well know, at the Foreign Ministry, there's politics, always. And my question to you is, with all these great technologies, will politics prevent us from getting there in a quicker way? And I'm talking about international politics, and I'm talking about the disappointment from the climate summit in Scotland.
I think that this is not connected to politics. I think that this is basically an issue of economy, possibilities, and opportunities. And I think that this is the way that we have to look at it. And I want to touch upon another aspect that we didn't touch before, and this is the opportunities that are being opened now in a very wide way for the defense industry. In two ways. One, every operating machinery, platform, etc., will have to adapt itself to new conditions. For instance, choppers, helicopters must be able to fly also when the air is very hot and they cannot cover a great distance. Infrastructure, military or defense infrastructure has to adapt itself to rising sea level waters, to floods, to heat waves, etc. So this is an opportunity for the defense industry. Another opportunity is mitigation of the defense ministries, because armies and militaries in the world are decarbonizing today. Militaries have a great responsibility for the emissions of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. So the militaries of the future will have to be also emissions-free militaries, and we can see it already in NATO. NATO has decided that climate change is a core issue, a strategic issue of the alliance, and they have adapted a strategy for climate change, and based on 4 pillars. One of them indeed is the adaptation of military equipment. Even if you want uniforms that the soldiers wear, adaptation to severe weather conditions that affect the health of the soldiers, etc. And so there is a huge opportunity for defense industry, and I do believe that the defense industry in Israel must go in that direction, because this is a huge market now opening. And the second one is defense equipment, which is emissions-free. This is also one of the pillars in the Alliance strategic plans.
Yeah, Shane.
I want to reinforce Gideon's last point, and to say that we have started working actually with the Ministry of Defense here in order to adapt to the climate changes, also the defense exportations, defense and security exportations. Also, I would like to know that we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we cover over 160 states with diplomatic relations through our 108 diplomatic missions. The goal of the climate changes in general, and also subsections in particular, is going to be one of the major goals for our foreign policy in the next year, but also in the next years to come, I believe. And for us, it's very important to note that the ability of the Israeli Foreign Service, together with professional organizations like Planetech and others. This conference, for instance, is very important for this sake, the iHLS, INNOTECH iHLS conference. It's an opportunity to raise on the table those issues. Climate changes has become maybe the most important issue that the world is dealing with today, its applications, And so we have to adapt ourselves also in terms of diplomacy, and that is very important.
Gideon, can you name a few countries that Israel is in close cooperation with on this?
Well, of course, we have good cooperation with the United States, with the European Union, and we are in touch with other countries as well. We are developing today a close relationship with our neighbors in the Middle East. I may say, for instance, that climate change is a prominent field of cooperation, for instance, between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, either if it's water or food security or agriculture, etc.
Dr. Moise, I want to ask you about the big picture. I mean, most of the technologies we've been talking about here are somehow after the disaster happened, hurricanes and rising waters and whatnot. What about the big thing? The big thing, the climate change as, you know, as the huge cloud behind or above all of this?
So I think big picture is that we all know the world has to reduce its emissions. Globally, we need to reach net zero. We need to have a balance between those emissions that we still emit to the atmosphere and those that are sequestered and taken up either by natural-based sinks, whether it would be ocean or land, and of course, engineered methods. And I think when we're talking here about technology, we have to know that today, with all the pledges of the world, we're not yet reducing the amount of emissions that we need to reduce. And according to different assessments and evaluations, we know that current technology, if deployed at scale, can perhaps fill the gap of what we call around 60% of the emission gap of how we have to reduce the emissions. And this is not just our response to the acute effects of an extreme weather event or adaptation, but simply reducing emissions. And that extra 30% is really a matter of where people are looking to technology, to new developments in all areas of energy, mobility, as we said, manufacturing, in order to break and bring down that emission gap. And in this, I'd like to say that when we globally, Israel, have the ambitious, very ambitious target of talking about net zero and thinking, obviously, also consumption patterns, but also technology, it is to a degree, at the moment, an improbable challenge. It's an unsolvable challenge. We believe it's solvable, but there are no solutions at the moment. And I think to connect this back to the defense industry, I think our defense industry here, we have the capabilities as far as the mindset and the skills. We have both technology-wise, both business-wise. And I think this is an industry which, to a degree, is solving unsolvables. You're solving solutions where the defense, those who are active are coming, we need a solution to X, and the defense industry as an industry has to come up with ideas that have not been there before. So I think in that way, the defense industry is also an excellent platform. But yes, we fully believe that technology needs to be accelerated, can be accelerated by Israel. We have fantastic companies here, and when we're talking about renewables, we have companies working in energy storage, in microgrids, and I believe that we can play a big role in advancing globally emission reductions, as well as adapting to acute
Gideon, do you see cooperation, or how is there cooperation between the private sector, like defense companies here, and the Israeli government and foreign ministry?
Of course, this is what we do. This is the bread and butter of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the fact that we sit here and share our knowledge or insight is a demonstration for that. I really want to emphasize once more the key word, at least in what I was trying to, the message that I was trying to deliver in this session, which is opportunity. Okay, there are opportunities here, lots of opportunities, and one can create advantages here. The defense industry of the future will be an industry which is very minded to aspects of climate change and sustainability and the environment. And a company that will be able to show that they are producing military hardware or platforms, etc., without emissions, and also that this equipment is emissions-free, will have an advantage in the new world, because militaries bear a great responsibility, especially in industrialized countries or in modern countries, for emissions. So this is another advantage that can be used by the defense industry, and it is important.
Do you actively help Israeli companies to reach countries around the world?
Yes, actually, yes. So I started by saying that, elaborating on my position, which is new in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's important to know that in the Ministry of Defense, there is a department that deals with exports, defense exports, for decades already. But as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, till a few months ago, we didn't have this position concentrated within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and vis-a-vis our embassies all over the world. Why is it important? Because of the defense cooperation that we want to promote, rather than exports, which is, marketing and selling and getting money back. This is not the main issue. The main issue is cooperation in the fields of defense and security, iHLS. Maybe if I have a minute to say something about offensive cyber, referring to the morning panel, I'll be happy to do that. And so there is regulation over defense exports and cooperation in general, but there is also the need to seek for, as Gideon is saying, opportunities. And we are, in that sense, we are assisting directly the industries and the companies, and we want to put more emphasis on small and medium companies, because the big ones, it's important to know that 90% of the Israeli defense exports is made by 3 or 4 big companies. They are important, they invest in R&D, as I mentioned before, it's very important, but also small and medium companies are important. So our role, our goal actually is to seek for those opportunities and to help out those small and medium enterprises and companies after they have developed their products to be able to reach out all over the world.
I'll get back to the cyber issue. It's interesting, but I want to ask you, Tamar, about the cooperation. That's actually a major part of what you do, cooperation between private sector.
So definitely a big part of what we do within the Israel Innovation Institute. I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I mentioned beforehand that INNOTECH is a collaboration, a joint initiative. We're a non-profit between the Israel Innovation Institute and CBG, UK Business Group. So a lot of the work that we do within innovation is obviously through collaborative work. We have various models that we work with, but definitely we're seeing collaborations we need between the startups and corporates, startups and government as in to reduce barriers. Government has a big role to play, and they do play in giving initial funding to many of the Israel climate tech initiatives through the Israel Innovation Authority. So we work together in order to bring the partners. If a corporate needs to reach net zero, it usually will bring in ideas not from within its own heavily instituted organization, but will go towards open innovation, will go towards a startup. And these are some of the programs that we'll do. We'll work with corporations in order to have some sort of competition, in order to bring them Israeli startups so they can choose from that can answer a solution to one of their challenges. We collaborate within INNOTECH, also with we had a big cooperation together with Soroka, one of the biggest hospitals here in Israel, and Clalit, the largest public health provider. Again, having a competition that we could bring to them startups that could offer them solutions for energy efficiency within their system. So by these sort of collaborations, we're providing a platform that some of these technologies can be embedded. Likewise, funding opportunities. At the moment, much of my friends here were talking about opportunities. So there are many financial opportunities now for climate technologies, both private and public. Money that is being invested is growing by the year. Just this year, $30 billion dollars were invested in climate tech. That's double the amount last year. There are more and more dedicated climate VCs popping up really like mushrooms all over the place. In the States, around 140 dedicated climate VCs. So we collaborate by bringing these VCs into Israel, seeing the Israeli ecosystem and matching and helping each to answer the other's needs.
Okay, before we finish, Shai, let's go back to the issue of selling cyber technologies to other countries.
Yeah, I wanted to underline the fact that there is a very strict regulation in Israel as for defense exports in general and cyber exports in particular. The morning panel that dealt with the offensive cyber effects and implications was very interesting, but I think that there was missing the leg of the regulator or the state actually that regulates. It's important for me to note that there is a law in Israel from 2007 on defense and cyber exports. The regulation is made by the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also in the Ministry of Economy and Trade, as for dual-use softwares and so on. And it's important to take note of the fact that there is no possibility to export today from Israel anything that has to do with defense or security without getting two licenses. One is for marketing, and the other one is for exporting further on. And that is a very strict regulation. I think that today Israel is amongst the most strict countries in the world as for regulation in that sense. And it's important to note that because the issues of the companies that are now registered in the United States for the offensive cyber so-called software was exported, also those two were operating under regulation. It's not that there is a jungle here in that sense and everybody can do whatever they want.
We'll leave it at that because we're running out of time. Thank you very much. Good luck to all of us with this climate change. We need it, right? Thank you very much, guys from the Foreign Ministry.
Thank you.
A couple of minutes and we'll move to the next generations of urban wireless communications. That's going to be interesting too. Stick with us. So, in a couple of minutes, our next panel, it's going to be very interesting. We were talking about next generations of urban wireless communications. We have all the big ones here. We have Nokia, we have Ericsson, we have more. We have Airspan, we have Sharonir, we have Nati. So come join us at the conference hall. In a minute we'll start. אנחנו מתחילים עוד מעט בפאנל שידבר על מערכות wireless בערים הגדולות, בסביבות העירוניות. אתם יודעים, 5G, 6G וכל זה, בואו אלינו, אל הקונפרנס הול ויהיה מעניין. מיד נתחיל. So, we are talking wireless communications, and the chairwoman of this session is Brigadier General Sharonir. Hi, take your microphone. Let me introduce you. Whereas you have a very long title, I have to find it. Wait a second, where is it? You introduce yourself. Let's do it this way, okay?
Good afternoon. Brigadier General Reserve Sharon Nir, the former General Advisor to the Chief of Staff and the former Commander of the C4I School in Cyber.
And an advisor to the Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Well, I knew it was a very long title. Yeah. So a couple of words from you, and then later we'll introduce our panel.
Okay, so a couple of words about next generation of urban wireless communications. The growing consumption of high-speed internet traffic requires cellular companies we have here to invest in infrastructure and enable information to be accessed efficiently and quickly. Cellular has become a basic vital product for information consumption. The fifth generation of cellular, 5G, is elegantly taking us into the massive IoT area. 5G technologies are not only intended for civilian use, but also support technologies such as IoT, autonomous transportation, high-speed video, gaming, augmented reality, and more. Hence, the high importance of the stability and absolute reliability of the 5G cellular networks, especially in view of the reliance of critical end units on them. For example, traffic lights and autonomous vehicles, equipment for performing a video range of medical procedures and live video over them, and more. In sum, since we have already passed from goat passes to the information superhighway, 5G technology takes us one step further and actually becomes the enabler of autonomous capabilities and automation in general.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's start. Okay, by introducing our panel members here, let's start with you, Shlomi, Nokia. A couple of words about yourself and the company. Company we know, yeah.
Shlomi Angie, I'm the CTO of Nokia here in Israel. And as you may know, Nokia is a worldwide leader, end-to-end solution provider in both fixed, mobile IP optics, cloud infrastructure and application. We're very proud of our cloud R&D center here in Israel.
Yeah, so it's a major infrastructure company. It's not Nokia, the phones that
exactly,
we
yes,
are
that's
usually
a good
familiar
point.
with.
Yeah, usually people familiar with. That's another company that we gave them the rights to use the logo for the phones.
Right. Alon, Ericsson, the competitor.
So yes, Alon Berman, CEO, Ericsson Israel. Ericsson is a world leader in the telecoms. Company exists more than 140 years, works in more than 180 countries. And also in Israel, we are responsible for telecom infrastructure.
Great. Nati?
Nati Cohen. I was the Director General of the Communication Ministry. I was the head of the C4I, the J6 of the IDF. Now I'm a chairman of CyberIL. And if we talk about 5G, so we created I will say the enabler that now all the companies will put the 5G in Israel. And now, as a chairman, I'm secure all the IoT with our company.
Thank you. And Eli.
I'm Eli Lazarovich. I'm the head of products in Airspan. Airspan is the small competitor of Nokia and Ericsson. We are doing 4G and 5G infrastructure. It is an American company, but we have a big R&D center here in Israel with over 300 people. And just lately, we did an IPO in the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you.
Okay. I really wanted to ask you, where is 5G? I've seen commercials months ago. I've seen Pelephone commercial. I've seen a partner commercial, many commercials. Where is 5G?
That's a very good point. 5G is there. 5G is there all over the world, and Israel is now catching up after the rest of the world. However, it is also a matter of perception. Nati shared with me a story during lunch that he asked his friend, what is 5G for you? He said, something for the kids, another 10 shekels a month. If people think that 5G is just another 10 shekels for months of just increasing the bit rates, that's a huge mistake. Because when those companies, those Cellcoms, Hot Mobiles, Pelephone, and partners, when they build the network, they want to monetize it. It's huge investments, and they need to monetize it. It's not enough to talk about increasing the speed in order to justify the heavy investment. You need new growth engines. And what are those growth engines? One of the growth engines is massive IoT, or the ability to support, for example, smart city. Think about 1 million devices per square kilometer. Tel Aviv area, if I'm not mistaken, is 51 square kilometers. Think about 51 million different devices that need to be served in that space. You can't do it with 4G. You neither cannot do it with the first phase of 5G, but you will be able to do it soon. And the last thing about it, 5G will also be able to support you to guarantee bitrate, to guarantee latency, to guarantee reliability, and to guarantee security, which are very important for mission critical.
That's all fine, and we'll talk about it, but I want to ask you, Alon, where is 5G in Israel?
Well, 5G in Israel is in early deployment phase. And indeed, in other markets around the world, it's in much more advanced situation. Let's say in Korea, South Korea, for example, more than 90% of the population is already covered with 5G. Same China, US are going there big time. In Israel, it started slowly. We hope it will catch up soon.
Well, it's a matter of infrastructure or what?
It's a matter of infrastructure, a matter of investments. But I want to give another view about it, and I think that it's not a matter of course, in the end, it's a matter of monetization. But the companies that will be the first to go there will be the first to harvest the monetization. And it's also about differentiation between companies. And we believe that this investment on the long run will pay itself, and as it did in 4G. So I would say that it's inevitable for the companies to invest, and the ones that will do it better and faster will be the winner.
So if there's a competition, I'm just, as a user, I bought an iPhone 12, it was 5G, nothing happened since. If there is such a great competition, how come it's so slow?
I would agree that the competition at the moment is mainly about price. I think that the market in Israel is highly competitive. There are many players, much more than in other countries, and the balance of the network of the market is not there yet. So the balance between investments and competition that benefits the consumer. And I think that hopefully in the year to come or next years, we'll reach such a balance that will allow the companies to invest more. I argue that in the end, it will come back to the consumers because better communication infrastructures
We'll have to pay more.
Better economy.
We'll have to pay more.
Yes. You'll have to pay a little more.
Little more.
To get much more in successful economy.
Okay. Eli, do you agree to this assessment of what's going on?
Yeah, definitely. I think that one of the reasons that Israel is behind is the allocation of spectrum. In Israel, it took longer than in other places. We see places like Japan, South Korea, and as was mentioned, where they have deployed many networks which are now operational. You get a good 5G service, and I believe that we'll catch up soon.
Nati?
The regulations are all the time to blame. I say like this, 5G is a game changer because every generation has their own benefit. I think that the 5G, we are in the 4G, it's the VOD generation, and now we're going to the IoT generation, but it's not just the IoT, it's the AI. So the infrastructure will be there because Ericsson, Nokia, Airspan does the work with the companies. It will be there. But I think it's the application that will give the solutions for the questions. So 2 weeks ago, we've been in a big conference here about the municipality. We understand that there's a lot of questions that the IoT can give the answers. For everyone that needs something to know about his city, if you are a citizen or if you are management, your city. So I think that there's two layers, two vectors, the infrastructures that will be there and what we will do with the 5G. It's not us what we will do because our kids will be there, they will know what to do. It's what the municipality, the AI, the government can do with all the data that will give us the questions. This is the generation, this is the game changer.
Yeah, they have no clue yet, I can tell you that, because we were talking about it yesterday here, about regulation on like technologies you can see behind this wall, face recognition, or of this. They have no clue yet. I have to ask you, all these stupid theories and fake news about 5G and vaccines with chips and all of this, did this really cause any serious damage to the business?
Absolutely not.
No.
And I can tell you that in Israel we are in the most tough regulation standard in the world. If America is here and Europe is here, we are here, but that everything is monitored. Everything is, I can tell you, in the best standard with the health and all the priorities that we have in the government.
Right, but people, you know, they get ideas, and I'm wondering what's your perception? You're in this business, and suddenly somebody comes up and says 5G, it will, I don't know, blow your head or something, and you have to deal with it.
They claimed that the corona created by the 5G in Wuhan because there was the first city in China.
Yeah,
So they said,
the endless stupid things like that, Alon.
I think it's ridiculous, and frankly speaking, my view is that we shouldn't even refer to that, because then we are strengthening those foolish ideas, and really it doesn't interfere with business, because the regulator is taking care that in terms of radiation, in terms of power, of transmitting power, we are well below the standards and well below the health limitations. And actually, of course, there is no real proof that there is any health concern, but yet still there are standards and we are keeping them. So really, there's no real threat and no real worry, but you know, people are worried and you cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, so let's talk about the real thing, which is, I want to ask you, Shlomi, for people who are not experts on 5G, to explain again what are the benefits of having such a broadband, let's say, superhighway of information at the tip of our hands, on IoT, on instruments, everywhere we go.
Okay, 5G comes with two phases. We are here in Israel, we are in the first phase, which is called non-standalone, which is actually like 4G on steroids. It gives you high bandwidth, it gives you high speeds, but nothing much more than that. The next phase of 5G, which is called standalone, will be based on cloud technology inside the core of the network of those mobile operators. And that technology will allow you to guarantee some characteristics to specific services. For example, if we talk about autonomous cars, we want to guarantee the latency, so the car will be able to communicate with another car to warn her about a kid that just left his mother's hand and jumped into the street. You need that those cars will communicate in about a fraction of a second, milliseconds, right? So you need to guarantee that. Same with remote healthcare. If you want to have a doctor sitting in Tel Aviv and supporting an operation in Tiberias, for example, in Poria Hospital, in that case, you need to guarantee him bitrate, latency, reliability, and security during this operation, right? So those kinds of applications will enable monetizing the 5G and will also justify the investments.
Okay, then that's just the tip of the iceberg.
This is the tip of the iceberg,
right.
absolutely.
I want to ask you, Alon, it does need a different kind of distribution of the infrastructure. Tell us about that in terms of placing antennas and so forth.
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but I will answer what I think.
Okay.
Okay. So in terms of deployment, first of all, 5G goes on top of the current grid. So they were talking about densification, needs for densification of sites and so on. So the first phase is actually using the existing grid of sites, antennas and so on, just with new equipment. And actually, this alone can give very big benefits in terms of data rate, in terms of services and so on. We do foresee in the future, especially going towards 6G, that there will be more densification of sites, because if you want to go higher in terms of frequencies, in terms of to get higher data rates, I would say, budget of communication is limited, so you need to get closer to the customer in order to give high data rates. So in the future, we do see densification of sites, and it will be very important for the regulator to allow new sites acquisitions, to allow those sites deployed. We are talking about urban networks. So in order for urban networks to really reach the next level, there will be a need for more sites to be deployed, and there will be a need for the regulator to allow that to the cellular companies.
Right. I don't want to get too technical, Eli, but isn't 5G supposed to be more on radio frequencies and therefore in a different configuration, or am I off the grid?
So 5G in general is on the same radio frequencies. However, due to the nature of 5G to use wider bandwidth, the situation is that you need to allocate channels in higher frequency. And due to the physics, when you go to higher frequencies, of course, you need to have many more base stations. One of the options to deploy easier 5G base stations is something that is now defined in the standard, which is called IAB, Integrated Access and Backhaul. So actually, you have a base station that includes both the access and the backhaul capability, which then allows a lot of flexibility because you don't need to bring fiber or any other infrastructure. You just connect to the power, and then it is automatically ramping up and start operating. So hopefully this will simplify all the deployment of the next generation base stations.
Yeah.
I would like to add something. And going back to what Alon said about densification, think about your house, for example. 5, 6 years ago, you had the router, you had Wi-Fi, and you were satisfied. But now you need more than one Wi-Fi hotspot at home. You want to have coverage in different rooms, so you add more and more small hotspots, right? Same thing should happen also with mobile technology. We started several years ago with large base stations, large antennas, and now we need more and more smaller sites in order to cope with the increasing demand from people. People want more bandwidth, so you need to densify. And I want to compliment the regulator with easing the path to permitting small cells installation in the city. The regulator did two smart actions recently. One of them was to ease the path in order to ease the permit path for small cells, and the other thing was to increase the obligation of the mobile company to serve 95% of the population with 4G. It used to be 75% only, which means that now the regulator is requesting the mobile operators to add more sites and to serve 95% of the population, and it allows them to install easily small cells in the city. And this will be key enabler, especially for smart cities.
So, Nati, by the time we have 5G here, there's going to be 6G.
As you understand, I will say every generation is something like 10 years. We are starting the 5G. We have 10 years to think what is the next generation. I think that if I include what the colleagues said here, the challenge is to combine between 4 layers. One layer is the infrastructures by the optical fiber and all these things. The second one is the frequencies that release great frequencies in the last 2 years. So there's no problem now in Israel. It was a problem, now we don't have a problem. The 3 layer is the cloud, to go to the edge, and it's anomalia of the cloud, because the cloud that we thought about 3-4 years ago was to go all over the world. You are here in Israel, but your systems are in San Francisco or in Europe. You don't care. In the 5G, we need to put the cloud near the users. So this is a different architecture that we need to take care. And of course, we talked about it a lot, security. So to combine between the 4 layers, this is the big challenge of the 5G. And I think that we started with the 1 layer, the infrastructures. We have the solution with the frequencies. Now the 5G needs to meet the new cloud and of course the security.
And that will bring us, Eli, to 6G, or what is 6G? What it will be like?
6G will be bigger, stronger, faster. So if you are looking on throughput, today 5G, they're talking on few gigabit per second support. In the 6G, it will go up to hundreds of gigabits, probably. The issue of sensors, IoT devices. So if today we are talking on millions, in the 6G it will be hundreds of millions. Everywhere there will be a device that will have to be connected. So this is something that will have to be supported. In terms of coverage, people will expect 100% coverage. The same is availability. We will be so relying on the network that if there will be any shortage or any problem, people will not accept it. So even if there is a problem in a portion of the network, you still need to support the same level of service. Security, of course, will have to improve. Also power consumption. This is something which is a very big pain to the operators. If you are looking today on the OPEX, on the operational cost of the base stations or of the network, about 25% is due to power cost. And I think that the companies like us will have to develop something which will be more power efficient in order to save costs, because you will have many more base stations. So This is 6G.
Right. Alon, with all of this happening, will line internet be obsolete like happened with landlines and phones?
I'm more than 20 years in the business, and every time there is a new generation coming and the question is raised, and we see that it is a complementing issue.
Mm-hmm.
So fixed line network will stay, they will be complementing to the wireless networks, but indeed I would say that wireless networks are taking more and more, and will continue to do so, more and more part of our lives. And eventually it will coexist in a way, but the whereabouts that you are using wireless and fixed line is changing. But I want to add, if I may, about 6G. We need to understand that in 2030, this is the timeline about 6G, will be something like 10 years with 5G already. So, and 5G, as I said, is already in the standalone mode, evident in many places in the world already. So we do see a lot of advancement that will need to be done in technology, and also in applications that will justify 6G. At the moment, 6G is in the research mode. So actually, we have a joint project with Nokia.
Oh, congratulations.
Called the Hexa-X, that we are researching what will be 6G. But there are many concepts coming in, and maybe one interesting is to use the cellular network, the wireless network, also for sensing. So actually, something what we are not doing today. So create from the sites a sort of a radar network that will enable sensing the environment and actually getting much information into the network and into the application from something that now doesn't exist. So this is a new thing. And of course, part of it will be stronger or putting full potential for notions and concepts that we have already in 5G. Because 5G will get us so far, and some of the concepts will not be full unless you do another leap. And this is what wireless communication is about.
Yeah, Shlomi.
I fully agree with you. You know, last year on a TV show in Italy, there was a similar panel like this, except that my chair was empty. And then when the interview started, the interviewer suddenly appeared as a hologram sitting on the chair.
Happened to me too, happened to me many times.
And that happened on TV, on live. It was fully interactive. I mean, you could talk with him, he would answer to you as if he was here, right? This was done thanks to 5G, and it shows you how 5G and later on 6G will allow us to improve the people-to-people communication, will allow us to be in different places virtually and to improve the communication between ourselves. Now 5G can take us, as Alon said, up to a certain extent. 6G will take us further.
Which brings me to the next questions. How all of this will create new businesses, new startups, new technologies for Israel, for example, and others around the world. Eli?
So Israel is one of the leading nations in wireless. People here have a lot of experience, probably from the military, from other occasions. So I believe that if I'm looking on 6G, and we talked a little bit on the challenges, so for example, power reduction, you need to develop new power amplifiers which are more efficient. To support this high throughput, you need probably to go into higher frequencies, higher spectrum, so again, new technologies. And I think that here in Israel you have so much creativity that will be a kind of an opportunity to many startups to
and applications, not only this itself, applications like in health, surgery, remote stuff like that. This is whole industries that are going to get a huge leap.
Yeah, this is correct. And I would say that when we are looking to 6G, we are seeing a sort of a horizontal infrastructure that will be embedded in all industries. So it's not just the telecom vertical that is going to benefit from that. It will be something that will be embedded in all industries and actually will become a sort of a compute and communication fabric that is running everywhere. And actually, one of the opportunities here is for applications and actually developers that will get access to this infrastructure in order to develop applications on top of that. We are talking, for example, on a concept of a hosted distributed application. So actually, developers will be able to develop applications that will run on different parts of the network. And this will enable us to provide end-to-end security, end-to-end reliability, and especially end-to-end latency, that we want to control the time that it will take to go over the network.
So, yeah, you want to say something?
We talked about 6G, so I can tell a story. 3 years ago, when I was the Director General of the Communication Ministry, we had a big conference, the ITU conference in Dubai, when we cannot go to there like today. So we had a special delegation that went to there. And we had a session that talks about the 6G because the ITU looks 20 years above, because it's the regulation of the world, what companies like Nokia and Ericsson and all the companies that deals communication needs to focus on in the search and all these things. And the solution, the results were that we have enough challenges in the 5G. Let's talk in the next conference about 6G. So I want to say that you asked, where's the business? Where's the money in the 5G? I don't think it's for us or our kids. It's how to use smartly the data, because the data will be there. Everything will be collected by the ITU and the 5G, and we can bring it and we can push it to the end users. The application will be the businesses of every infrastructure, if it's mobility, if it's cars, trains, and more and more, this will be the business. The cars, the trains, how we will shop, what we will do, how
we don't have enough
will,
data today, we'll have huge amounts of data.
Right.
Now, yeah.
The data will run after us.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to this business case thing, Nokia has about almost 400 private networks, private wireless networks in ports, in factories, and so on. About 20% of them are already using 5G radio inside the factory or inside the port. You can actually see how the productivity and the safety of these facilities was significantly improved thanks to this private wireless network inside them. I think in Israel we already started, but it is still very small. We need to push it further. I would like to see many more industries, ports, factories, and so on embracing this approach and building their own private wireless network. They have to do it with a mobile operator, for sure, because the mobile operator not only controls the spectrum, but also have the experience to do so. But still, it will be a controlled environment, secure environment, and reliable one. And this will also improve, this will also contribute to the economy of the country. It will also invite startups to develop applications for this specific market.
Okay, you know, I was wondering, you know what Elon Musk is doing, right, with the satellites and the internet. Is this your nightmare, or it's just a game?
I don't think it's a game. I think Elon Musk showed that he's not playing and he can deliver. But again, going towards 6G, we do see another benefit that we would like to bring, which is coverage. We would like networks to be available everywhere. And wherever you are, whenever the application is, to be able to use whatever bandwidth, whatever latency the application needs. And in order to do so, the next generation networks will be a collection of networks. It won't be only wireless network. It will be a seamless connection with Wi-Fi networks, with satellite networks, and actually for the benefit of everything. And indeed, the economy is, the industry is talking about ecosystem, about partnerships, about open systems. So this is where we're going, and it's a complementing business. It will have to coexist, and you know, there's the term competition. This is where we are living.
Right. So you both agree also?
Definitely we see in the future such non-terrestrial base stations taking place as part of the network. Actually, we in Earthspan have a few projects that we put 5G and 4G base stations on UAVs and provide some coverage and services for Africa, for military uses. So definitely this is a good idea, and I believe that it will happen sooner than later.
I can say that I think the civilians will know how to use the 5G. I think the big challenge now is the military and the police. They are not there yet. And the first responders, this is a big issue now in Israel. We are before a big tender in the military, in the police, because they need to go from the frequencies that they are there to another frequency. So this will be the next thing of the 5G, the first responders.
And before we say goodbye, I must say, well, you were the one who was in the government, so it's about time that the startup nation will get its infrastructure of the internet a little bit better and faster, isn't it?
We are there.
We are there, or?
The regulation is enabled, and it did it. In all the layers, you can ask Shlomi and Alon.
Yeah, when?
Well, absolutely. I think that in the past 2-3 years, there was a significant improvement. 2-3 years ago, Israel was ranked around 94, 96 out of 100 nations in terms of 4G and 3G services. Now we are close to the 60th place, so we improved significantly, but still we have a long way to go. And I agree with you, Israel as a startup nation deserves to be much, much higher. It requires changing the mindset. Think about countries, advanced countries such as South Korea, Japan, China, and US. They have 2 tiers of operators. Operators who compete on quality and virtual operators who compete on price. The first layer, the tier ones, you will always find between 2 to 4 companies only. Even in China, even in Japan, in South Korea and in US, there are only 4 companies, up to 4 companies that are competing on quality. In Israel, we have 5 because Cellcom now merged with Golan. The competition here is too high. We need to get more close to more advanced countries, and we have to have these 2 layers of operators. This will boost the investment in Israel, because people who are willing to get better quality and willing to pay more, today they cannot do that because all the networks are almost the same.
All right. So when, Alon, what's your analysis?
I would say that in 2-3 years from now, we'll have decent 5G in Israel, still not full coverage around the country, but I believe that we will be in a better situation than we are now for sure. I would say that in terms of regulation, indeed regulation did the right moves, did important moves lately, and it will of course help the situation. However, we still have way to go. We can do more, and going back to what I said before, it's like Shlomi said, it's a change of mindset. It's from a defensive mode to go to an offensive mode in terms of the cellular networks. And I think that the one that will adopt such a move and will lay out a good infrastructure, a good service to their customers, eventually will collect the gain.
So, see you in 2 years, Eli? Something like that?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that while 5G is ramping up globally, equipment prices is going down, people getting much more experience, more confidence in the concept, in the networks. And I definitely believe that in a couple of years, we will have a very good 5G network here in Israel.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Lady, thank you. And we will move to our next panel. Thank you.
להיות, אז הכנסנו באמת רמות סיכון. ממש אנחנו מצליחים כבר לעשות קלסיפיקציה של רמת סיכון לפי התנהגות, לפי התצורה שאתה הולך בה, לפי רמת, אפילו לפי מנח הגוף שלך. אם מנח הגוף שלך קדימה ואתה הולך בצורה כפופה וסגורה, או שאתה הולך בצורה פתוחה, זאת אומרת רמת האגרסיביות שלך עולה ויורדת, אתה יכול לקבוע איזשהו threshold ולהגיד אוקיי, פה באמצע הרחוב, אם מישהו הולך לי בעצבים, כפוף, שפוף ובעיגולים, זה חריג, זה חריג.
מה הבעיה? אני מסתכל על כל מיני זה. הייתי בארגנטינה, במנדוזה פריזם. כלא מנדוזה, לא יודע מה הייתה שם.
כולם הולכים ככה.
הכלא באחד מ10 בתי סוהר המסוכנים בעולם, יש שם מקום ל-600 איש, יש שם 1,400 אסירים. שבין, הסוהרים, כמו באקוודור עכשיו, הסוהרים לא נכנסים לכלא.
כן, הם חיים בעצמם, כמו ברזיל.
תכף תספר את הכל. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin shortly with our actually final panel in this INNOTECH conference. We will be talking about prisons and technology, no less. So please join us at the conference hall, if you are there at the exhibition floor. אנחנו מיד נתחיל בפאנל האחרון שלנו לקונפרנס הזה, שידבר על טכנולוגיה ובתי כלא. אז אם יש לכם תוכניות להגיע לאיזה בית כלא, כדאי שתשמעו על הטכנולוגיות שבדרך, וגם אם לא. אנחנו מיד מתחילים, אתם מוזמנים להיכנס לאולם, ואנחנו מחכים לכם פה.
בכלא כזה, ברמת אלימות כזאת, ברמת עכשיו אקוודור, אתה מכיר שם את אקוודור, תקשיב, אקוודור, לפני חודש 168 הרוגים, עד היום 20 עוד לא מצאו את כל חלקי הגופות שלהם. לפני יומיים 68 הרוגים.
זה טירוף.
מטורף. עכשיו אתה, מה אתה מזהה שם חריג? מישהו עם דוקרן, כולם דוקרן. מישהו בלי דוקרן שהולך לצאת
זה חריג.
כאילו, זה לא מעניין.
זה לא רק זה, זה אחד מהפיצ'רים, אתה יודע, זה רק אחד מהפיצ'רים, אפשר תמיד לשתות. בסוף, בתי כלא בכל העולם סובלים מאותו סימפטום, גם בישראל. מערכות סטנדלון. הם מערכת לכל...
שהיא לא אומרת,
כן, כואב לי, שים פלסטר. כואב לי פה, שים פלסטר.
אני לא יכול לחתוך, הייתי מפקד על זה.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now with the final panel on this very fine conference. We had 2 days of very interesting discussions, and we are going to finish with no less prisons and technology. We have, first of all, Sharon Neer, our chairman of this session. Sharon, give us, your statement and starting words, and then we'll introduce our guests.
Okay. Hello. We got it. Good afternoon. A very, very interesting subject. We are speaking about the future of prison. And I think that when we are speaking about the future prison, we have to remember that the escape of the security prisoners from Gilboa prison just 2 months ago emphasized the need to apply digital transformation in the prison system. A technology-based imprisonment system will dramatically improve the imprisonment and rehabilitation processes for inmates. This move has the potential of improving operational effectiveness on the one hand, along with efficiency and cost reduction on the other hand. Its purpose is to rely on digital monitoring and control systems for the prisoner moves, use of biometrics, facial recognitions, identifications of dogs and prisoners, distance learning, digital learning, and more. There is no doubt that this is the second-rate change based on long-term strategic thinking that presents an innovative managerial approach, the holistic directions of actions that include, among other things, the unifications of imprisonment agency, justice agencies, and rehabilitation bodies under one umbrella. If you know, the first sign of it, it's the Neve Tzedek project in the IDF that includes the unifications of imprisonment, police, and court bodies under one roof. The future is already here, and therefore a plan is needed to implement it in order to prevent the next escape incidents. So we can start.
Okay, thank you. On my left here, Colonel Retired Dakar Eilat, a few words about yourself and your background, especially your background within the system of correction here in Israel.
Yeah, my background came from Army, most of the time Special Forces, Army, Police, the Yamam, Yamas, whatever, and then they took me and suggested me to build a special unit in the prison service. We built a unit called Misada Unit. I was the establisher and the first command of the unit, specialized in non-lethal, less lethal events. Helped the Army a lot in the Itnatkut and was there a lot. Then I was a maximum security prison commander of Gilboa prison 10 years ago.
So you basically had life imprisonment. You
know
were sentenced to life.
No. It's a really good job and really interesting job. I was in the National Army College for 1 year and then was the maximum security prison commander of Hadarim prison. I think he knows the prison very well. And unique about Hadarim, it's a commando of 4 prisons inside of one compound. Then I retired. I'm consulting, and my company deal with riot control and prison all over the world, United States, Germany, Singapore, South America, and so.
Thank you, Dakar. And on my right here, Michelle from Magal Security Systems. We know them. We spoke with them earlier today, and they have an interesting booth right here. So, Michelle, tell us a little bit about your background and what do you do?
Okay, so thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, great honor to sit by your side, if I may say that. I'm Michelle. I've been in the iHLS business only 21 years. With a lot of experience about Homeland security projects, especially on critical facilities such as prisons, seaports, airports. So I'm quite a professional about this segment of my life, ex-Special Forces. So I'm kind of a combination, hybrid engineer, operational person, which is quite different than all the other engineers. But mainly saw a lot of correctional facilities all over the world in different continents with different attitudes towards the view of correctional facilities. And that gave me also the insights to bring to this panel with a lot of joy to try and discuss this theme in a matter of depth.
Right. Well, this is a very complicated business, I must say, and I want to start by asking you, Dakar, what are the main issues, risks that technology can try to solve in prisons?
When you're talking about prison, you're talking about 3 aspects of life in prison. First of all is security. Don't inflicate the prison guard or the prison facility by itself. We call it how to handle security in prison. This is one major thing that most of the technology nowadays go to this kind of events. Like you said about Gilboa prison, we want them not to escape. You don't want anyone to inflict the prison. We saw it in Mexico. We saw it lots of places that the cartel went inside of the prison and kidnapped people from there. El Chapo, for example. And you don't want the prisoner to harm a prison guard or to harm the prisoner themselves. This is one aspect, very big aspect. The other one is the treatment process, the mental and the physical treatment to the prisoner. You want him to get best medical treatment. You need all his background of life. You need his medical issues and his mental issues because you don't want him to kill himself like Dudu Topaz events. You don't want him to be suicidal. You don't want all of that.
The third aspect is how to ready him to life after prison. It's called a rehabilitation process. How to handle himself to events after we get prison. You want him to get a good job. You want him to get in society. You want to make him easier to life. For example, we had a project in Netherlands that they want to, people that didn't know how to handle Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, whatever, and they built a special application that teach them how to use Facebook without getting to the net itself. So you want to process him to life. This is the three major aspects, and those aspects are technology, technology, technology all around them for 24/7.
What of these things and issues you have solutions for?
Okay, so first of all, I think that the major issue in correctional facilities or rehabilitation facilities, which are quite different in Europe or in the US, you might find them because they are different and in different locations, and they are not physically in the prison. They are somewhere out of the prison. So I totally connect to what Dakar has mentioned right now. So the first priority is keeping the staff and the facility in the correct way, by schedule, by timing. This is not a Holiday Inn. Okay, it's a prison. We take someone's liberty from his because of the crimes he performed, but we need to keep him safe on the same side. So I totally connect with what the car mentioned, but the solutions are starting when you understand the issues, when you understand the challenge. You need to understand the challenge, and the challenge is changing from continent to continent. The challenges you have in Israel is not the challenges that you might find in Europe or you might in Latin America, what we've discussed before.
Not the other challenges, but the laws. The laws that allow you to do things in Israel are different what you have in Europe. There are very strict rules. And what you can do in America, again, is different than what you can do in the States. And the States, from Texas to New York, is all the other different game ball.
Definitely. This gets into also privacy issues and what you can track.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Are there any privacy issues in prisons? I don't know.
Well, there is.
Okay.
Yes.
Totally.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. But before, let's understand what is the technology.
Yeah,
what
the technology.
You're talking what 24/7 cameras? What is it?
Yes. First of all, definitely, all systems that are working in prisons are working 24/7 because the movement is endless. But the solutions that we have for prisons are mainly not on the specific sensor side, meaning if you will ask me a specific sensor, so I have the offering to solve your issue. What we focus on is the command and control platform, which is equipped with exactly the needs, the operational needs for the prison guards. It's easy to handle. It connects to all the subsystems, meaning you don't need to manage its system by its side. And I can tell you a story about it, a short one, that I visited a prison and I asked the operator on the main command and control, the one that controls all the prison. I just watched him for half an hour without saying anything. The guy needs to be an octopus with 8 hands, 3 brains, in order just to keep correlation with what's happening now. So this is a weak point that I understood when we developed the command and control platform for prisons, that this is the critical point. We have the technology to merge, to connect, to interconnect the subsystems into one unified display. So I will be able to simplify, process, analyze, and give you a ready meal. Just like you go to a restaurant, you don't get all the ingredients, right? You get the final meal. So I'm the chef, and you get the dish.
Yeah. But tell me a little bit about what the technology does. Behavior, movement, what?
Okay, so first of all, you have, of course, you have layers of video analytics that detects different behaviors and aggression For example, weapons detection, fight detection, violence detection that are happening in real time, meaning
how early can you detect aggression?
Almost, let's say up to 1 second, the algorithm will understand that this is not normal and this is a fight. This is a brawl between two prisoners, or, God forbid, a prisoner attacking a prison guard.
This is without even a guard looking at it.
This is without even a direct connection, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You don't need to look at the camera in order to find the event. I'm giving you it ready, and I'm pushing and I'm tapping your shoulder and saying, hey, pay attention, this is not normal. It's here. So all he needs to do is view the playback or view the online stream that is popping up automatically from the system with all the description and data and all the workflow that he needs to process, because at the end, you need to remember this is an emergency situation. We don't have a lot of time to play. It needs to be punctual, it needs to be fast, rapid, and if you need to call special forces, that's the time. Because you don't have to wait. This is human lives on both sides, okay? And we have additional layers to this system. It's not only about the video, it's also about the access to the facility and the exit from the facility. We don't want people to have a long period of stay in the facility, because a long stay becomes a breach. So we have to get them in, maximum secured, scan them, and unload them and bring them out. So this is the kind of automation that we are dealing with. We also have gate management. All the scanners are connected. So everything at the end, we are trying to make autonomously without a person actually addressing you and telling you to do something. It's all like a one-way road. You just get into the place, the systems, if something happens, if something is abnormal, even in the level of a scanner, of an image scanner, if we scan a baggage, or we scan a car, or we scan a truck. It can be also a food truck that brings supplies to the prison. We want that maximum secured without having 3 guards dealing with it, because their work is hard enough. And we want to save this with automation. So, and we have a lot of course, the perimeter intrusion detection systems that Magal has on fence, above ground, below ground, whatever I can say. We have all the solutions in hand, but mainly, our intention is to bring everything filtered, ready, centralized, in order to have a rapid response.
Dakar, tell us the story you told me before.
I want to reconnect what you said and continue, but the main issue is not the technology. The main issue in prison is the prison guards, the human power. Why? Because mostly people are coming to be prison guards not because they want to be pilot aviator and didn't succeed to be pilot aviator. And most of the places that are controlled are not controlled by cameras, not controlled by sensors. And the unique of the system is something that is very important. But the lack, and what we're missing is the lack of control of the prison guards' operation and missions in time and in quality. For example, and I want you to understand, not this story, but another story. I was a prison commander, and one of the time I came in Saturday, do inspection, and the working prisoner are calling me and telling me, look, this guy is problematic, he's going to the sick bay for 3 weeks, and no one is treating him well. I call him, and I see that he lost 30 kilos in weight in 3 weeks. I took him immediately, took him to the hospital. They discovered a tumor in his head the size of a fist. And why? There was no detection that said, okay, he's losing rapidly his weight, and you should check something happen. Today, if 2 inmates that are with crawl, with them going to the corridor in the same time, no one detect them and said, stop, there's a problem. And we saw it, and again and again and again, that the manpower, the control of the manpower and the time and quality is important. For example, the shootout that was in Rimonim prison. They do an inspection and they saw that they did search every night, like in the logbook, like it's ordered to say. But they didn't find one contraband for 6 months in a criminal prison. This is something that unhearable. So what I'm saying, if I'm looking to the future of prison, because this kind of technology is high-end technology in the United States, in places that really can afford and really care about the prison life. But the routine, the ability to control the routine in prison, the ability to get the uniqueness of what happened in real time in an event, because what happened now, most of the logbook of in all over the world, every prisoner writes what he wants in the manual logbook. The data that get from this logbook is nowhere. It's only in the books. And the ability to control this kind of environment, this is the important. This is when I'm looking for the next level of operation, you have to understand in the long run, prison guards run the prison. And they need the ability to control what they're doing on time and get an alerts immediately and know how to do with it on real time. Because event, like you said, I have an event like this, that someone tried to cut one of the prison guards in my jail, and it took between 30 seconds to 1 minute that someone detect it and run and help it, and then we have an event.
Manually.
Yeah?
Manually, visually.
Visually, of course. And this is important. But what we didn't know, and no one can know that this guy asked her 2 hours ago and 3 hours ago and 4 hours ago to do something and she didn't want to do it. But no one can control this kind of events. And when I'm looking ahead, this is the future, how to go with the prison guards, the guys that don't know how to write, and the guys that are coming, you know, because they force them to go to work, and the guy that, you know, when I came from Special Forces, when I come to my prison, my secretary called me and said, you know, because I'm ready to go, okay, after me, and we go to work. And she said, who's going to go after you? She is 18-year-old soldier that here. He is a sheikh, Druzi sheikh that's 60 years old, and they don't talk with each other because, you know, he's a girl, he's a sheikh, you know. He's a diabetic, 50 years old diabetic. Who is going to go after you? This is the manpower that we have. I love them. They're great people. The amount of love that we get from them is enormous, and they're doing very difficult job, the difficult job there is in the country, in my point of view. But we need to know how to run them better. And this is the problem in our days, from my point of view.
So I'll ask you, Michel, you said the prison guards are running the prison, right? All this technology, how did they accept it?
Well,
that can, you know, also their privacy is a little bit, or their, let's say, their leeway to run things around maybe is compromised here.
First of all, it's a state of mind. You know, if somebody would tell my 70-year-old dad that one day he will post on Facebook via his smartphone, he would probably laugh and say, there's no way he's going to learn this technology. And look at him all day posting and commenting, and once you teach him and once you make him, you know, interested enough, it might adapt to technology. But I want to add a sentence to it. When it comes to our systems that needs to manage and focus. So it sounds very complicated. You're probably somewhere in your imagination, you are seeing a UI, a user interface, which is insane, full of tables, full of procedures, right? No, we made it simple. Push buttons, touch buttons. You just need to touch and it works. That's it. Single push. That's it. That's all you need to do. All the rest is automation. And I want to add to what Dakar mentioned. Our solutions are not only for the security to the prisoners or keeping the prison guards safe. Our technology is also connecting to the databases of the systems, and we are fully integrated into the CRM or the ERP, which are managing the human resources just like a company. When you profile a prisoner, I think Dakar knows better than me, that when you impound a prisoner, he meets a guy that profiles him, asks him questions, intelligence officer. He profiles him if he belongs to a certain gang, if he belongs to a certain tribe, if he belongs to a certain place, and so on and so forth, a profiling or getting to know you. So just like when you get a new employee to your company, you have a profile on him and you know exactly where are the points. If he's aggressive, not aggressive, he's for murder, he's for money laundering. It's different. Those are not the same typecasts. So once this system is connected in certain levels, so they can all connect to the same server. I mean, the prison commander, the operation officer, the intelligence officer, up to the operator, simple operator in the ward, okay, can connect to the same server. Each one of them will see different view, and each one of them will see exactly what he needs to see. So the word will see only the word, and the block will see the whole block. And the prison, the officer, the operation officer will see a bigger view and a bigger view and a bigger view. So probably when I'm connected to the CRM, a situation like the car mentioned, that those two were led to court at the same day, okay, because I'm connected also to the database of the ordering management system, I will pop up an alert just by being connected, so the profiles cannot be at the same place. Just like I'm saying, the two people cannot be in the same cell because it's a dungeon or it's a isolation block.
Right.
So two people is abnormal.
Right. What about the question of breakout, escape, right? Sharon mentioned what happened in Israel, of course. It was a huge thing a couple of months ago. This is very rare, but it happens. And the question is, except for, better guards and not having some flaws in building the prisons, what else can be done?
You have to look at it in two ways, because there's difference between the escapes of regular criminal in Israel, and escape of terrorists in Israel. There are two different types of escape, and we analyze, and it's not rare. Each year there's one or two escapes here and there, okay? And when the detainees was in the police, they have one or two escape every 2 weeks. So it's not something that is rare. The unique was the 6 guys, terrorists in one cell. This is unique. This is very not regular in Israel. But when we look at it and analyze it, we understand one thing, and I'm getting back to the manpower, the prison guards. When the prison guard is alert, he can prevent most of the escapes in real time. This is something that you have to understand. Most of the escapes are blocked or happened because of the human power. The technology that add to it can add to other places, for example, for hospitals, for places that are remote from the prison, that their ability to control the movement in the prisoner is very important, because most of the escape happen in movement. In movement, not from special force, but from regular prison guards in hospital in places like this. This is something that happened. And the technology is there, but it's not useful or not operational in most of the countries. When you look in terrorists, most of their escape are planned, and the ability for them is to control inside of the environment. When we took, I don't want to get in politics in here, but when you look in Israel, the ability to let them be a collective and be a part of autonomic is a problem in Israel, but this is not a prison issue. This is a political issue, and you have to decide. And my point of view, I tell it lots of time, the government have to decide what they want done with the prisoner. But the regulation, if you elect all of the prison, if you take the regulation and use them, no prison will happen. But the problem is, again, the manpower is a little bit sick, is a little bit tired. For example, in Gilboa prison, what we do as a
little bit sleep.
A little bit sleep. What you do in a prison, in the towers. I took a product called Small Body. We took Jack Russells and Fox Terrier dogs, and the prison guard went upstairs to the tower with a small dog. And why it was important, first of all, after 4 hours you will talk with the dog because it's boring and you want to be keep safe. But the dog can sniff in this kind of level for 70 meters, something that the human eye cannot see. And it was a good product, and unfortunately, in the end, they took it's like the car's problematic, so it's not regular, and they took it apart. But if you can put dogs, if you can put technology, what we put in Israel is technology between two dogs and color, we call it a bark signification. You know how to identify what the barking mean, and tell there's something unique that happens there. So to use the combination between dogs and technology was very, very important. I know that and to control electric, or everything that you can, but you have to think like an attacker, not like a defender. If you look in cyber, this is technology events, cyber, there's the defensive and the offensive. Usually in prison, you think only as the offensive side, only as the defensive side. And if you have a ability to think like the offensive, you'll be in a much better place.
Michelle, what do you offer to prevent escapes?
Well, I love Jack Russells when they are hugged in bed with me. It's much better, I think. I rather use other solutions. It's quite complicated.
This was a cheap,
this was a cheap one, huh?
cheaper,
Yeah.
but very unique.
Yeah, but I guess, but I love them. They're so cute. But anyway, I think it's very complicated, this scenario. It's not a straightforward, somebody blew up, somebody didn't discover. I think it's quite a collective of things, a collective of actions that happened during, I mean, a long period of time, meaning somebody missed something in the procedure.
Missed a lot of science in the procedures.
I'm just trying to be gentle. Although I'm rather big, I'm trying to be as gentle as possible. So I think that somebody missed something, okay? Let's not get into the details, but that's what happens when you miss a single procedure, when you skip a procedure, when you don't perform something, or worse than this, just saying, I did it and you didn't. So it prolongs over a long period of time. This is exactly where technology is coming. Technology is never tired. Computers never get tired. They get broken, but they never get tired. I mean, they enforce procedure. This is the magic of technology. When we teach her, just like, again, in the system for prisons, I just want to mention a small story. We performed an high-level security federal prison built from the ground, from zero, and it's completely autonomous. It's 90% autonomous. No, the prisoners don't even know the face of their guard. Meaning the guard is sitting behind the black ward. He sees them, they don't see him. The whole prison is managed by our command and control. Doors are opening on different hours in order to prevent collisions or fights. They go to the yards in different hours. They know who are the problematic and who are the right ones, who to rehabilitate and who to lock down even more. So, and the most important part there is not what we can do with the system inside the prison and how we control the prisoners with technology. It's about having to make sure all the procedures will happen. But the thing is about this project is that all the procedures are being enforced by technology, meaning there is a certain procedure in Israel when you need to go and tap. You need to go and tap on the walls, on the bars, just to make sure they are not, there is no movement, no moving parts. I guess somebody didn't go with the procedures so a long time. So it allows you to dig. By the way, it happens in Mexico the same way. When El Chapo escaped, same route. Nobody did the procedure. Nobody checked his cell. Everybody was on the outside. They prevent that El Chapo will not see their faces. So they said, yeah, we did it. Everything went cool. Everything's good. And he escaped through the drainage. So we enforce it with, first of all, our developed hardware. We have sensors that can connect to under the cells.
That escape in Israel from a few months ago could be prevented.
Totally. Totally. I say it when
This escape, if you took the 2014 trying to escape in the same prison, the same system, the same ability, what they understand from it, if they did it in 2014, it wasn't escaped now. The issue is all the time the difference between budget and how to run the budget and what to, manage.
And what system to choose.
Management.
And what system to choose, what solution to choose.
For example, let me understand. In 2002, there was trying to escape from Shikma prison by going above the ropes and trying to. So they immediately said, okay, we need a video motion detection system on all the fences. So they built in Gilboa prison video motion detection sensor, and when I get it in 2008, I went to the prison. There was around 400 misfire every day because clouds, when moving on the prison, they detect as a movement and automatically alert the system. And in the 4,000 alert that I had in one day, I shut down the system. So the ability is not just to implement the system, the ability is to look at the good system that can be, like Michelle said, simple to use, because it won't be simple, it simply won't use. And you talk about the future, and one of the things that he said, it's also important, the future of prison now is less movement. And you have to understand, there's a jail, I don't know if you know, in Mississippi prison, it's a unique jail that they build it less movement as possible. So the judge is in the prison, and everything is inside of the
same
cell
building,
wing,
same facility.
And when you get inside, you don't move until you get out.
Same as the project we perform. The court is inside. You don't have movement of prisoners out. You go to court. You get sentenced in the facility. You have a judge. You have, all the facilities, and once you get in, you don't get out.
But the important to do it is to understand one thing. This is important to understand. There's gang in prison. There's this gang and this gang and this gang. And I always told them that the best equipped gang, best manpower, best equipped, best trained, non-trained is us, the prison guard. And if you understand that you are the best gang in the cell block, then you control the cell block, and then you can do whatever you want. For example, we consult in Latin America, and they want me to see what can be done inside the prison. And in Argentina, prison of 600 people, there is around 14,000 people inside of the same cell block. Prison guards are not getting inside of the prison. They are only in the outside. They are only getting the people that murder in the last day and took them outside. They don't allow themselves to get inside. So no technology can use there if you don't control the environment. So you have to control the environment. You have to decide what relevant technology you have in these kind of places. Sorry. Hello. And only then you can move forward. What you talk about the CRM system, this is kind of system we tried to implement a few years ago, but no one really wanted because it's not high tech, it's low tech, it's dealing with manpower. This is a system, a heptagon system, we tried to implement it, and people didn't want because, wow, just control the manpower, this is most important.
It has a lot of fields to fill.
Yeah.
A lot of fields.
No, but this is the important thing, to use the manpower wisely, and then you can move forward. And then you look at it, to reduce movement, to get people inside and how to control them better, to give them rehabilitation process, and to control the environment.
I just want to reconnect with two last sentences on what Dakar is mentioning, which is quite interesting.
It's a good panel. We always agree with each other.
Yeah, always. Yeah, I try not to be on the positive side. We check ourselves. So, yeah, I'm big enough.
So I just want to reconnect on that issue that at the end, prisons, and Dakar will agree with me, it's how you educate your prisoners. It means how much, let's call it forced presentation you have in front of them. Those are not peaceful persons, okay? Those are not peace protesters or Greenpeace activists. In some of the continents, they are very vicious and very cruel. And it's all a matter of the force that you are showing them. And it's like kind of like boot camp, like joining the army. They give you the first 2 weeks is always a shock. You get used to commands, you get used to get up early, you get used to. So if you get a prisoner into a Holiday Inn when he can move and do whatever he wants and move between cells and do whatever he wants and even attack a prison guard, sorry. And even if he can argue with him in the level of argument, meaning have a discussion with him, not a straight order, but then you lose the ability to frighten him. And when this line is starting to be blurred, this is the place that you are losing control, and it's only get more and more not solid.
For example, there's a law of a flag. You have to get a flag in every public area in Israel, right? So when the law is done, I took the flag in each one of the cell block, even the terrorist cell block in Gilboa prison, and everyone look, you are very agitated. No, this is the law. I have to put Israeli flag in every public area, even if they're in their cell blocks, and if they don't like it, they can move if they really want to. But this is my home. This is my house. I control the environment. And if you can explain to people that you control the environment, you control the environment. And then you can amplify everything you want.
But we were talking briefly about rights and privacy rights of prisoners.
Yeah, you have to understand that even, again, it's a different area, different places. United States, after you sentence to law, you don't have no privacy, you don't have nothing to gain. You get all the equipment, you get the jumpsuit. No, you have to understand why Rosenstein didn't want to stay in the United States.
You're a number, and you start to be a number, which is quite interesting. You start to be a number.
In the United States, until you sentence, you have all the privacy in the world. When you sentence, you're in the bottom list of the world. Rosenstein, one of the biggest crime family in Israel, didn't want to stay in the United States after his sentence because he understands what is going to be there. Europe, for example, you have rights. You can't touch them, you can't hurt them. We have an event in Germany. They call me because they have a rise in the amount of Arab population inside of Germany. So they call me, I do a seminar in Nuremberg where Goering sat on the Second World War, and an Israeli Jewish guy teach German prison guard how to handle Arab in their country. It's
Talking about irony.
Yeah, irony is in the best. Even they thought it's an irony. But you have to understand that they have rights, and the terrorists, they are sitting in general population with the criminal, even though they understand it's problematic and you can't do, and you can't touch, and you can't do that and that and that. And again, it's different from place to place, and even there's in Europe, understanding if they can, argument, if they can collect the data of the prisoner after he moves. And like you said, the brain is the combination of all the brain. You can do an AI system when you have collection of intelligence. But when you get out of the prison and you have to delete this data on him, it's, try to understand, you will get back in 6 months, no one knows what him. It's starting from fresh, even though he's a mad terrorist that killed people, whatever.
I have to agree with him again.
All right, if you agree, I think it's a good time to thank you both.
I can argue.
It was fascinating. Thank you very much. We've learned a lot about this shadowy part of our lives. Thank you. Yeah. And actually, we are closing this conference here, at least this part. I guess what? We'll see you next year, right? INNOTECH 2022. Thank you very much.